of the lives was deliberately extinguished. Sweeping up, the Mafia had always called these extra killings. "You sweep up for me, Goomba, huh?" "For sure, Peretti. For you, I sweep." 5 or 6 killings for the price of one. An ambulance came whooping and warbling across Washington Street and blocked Henry's view of the smoking wreck. He waited for a minute or two, and then pushed his way as politely as he could out of the crowd and began to walk southwards on 6th to the corner where he had parked his rented car. He felt unexpectedly depressed, not because of the carnage he had created, not because of the violent loss of 2 human beings, but because this whole job seemed to have become unnecessarily messy and complicated. To a man who had spent so long in motel rooms, living out of suitcases, untidiness and disarray were anathema. In every Holiday Inn or Howard Johnson's, he had placed his bottle of English leather to the right-hand side of the dressing table mirror, his new copy of Reader's Digest on the left-hand side of his bed. He had lived systematically and unobtrusively, a real professional, and that had been his pride. It had worked, too. After 20 years of self-effacement, he had found the woman who called herself Margot Schneider and killed her. The trouble was, her death seemed to have stirred up some kind of psychic vibration, some dark ripple of memory and consciousness that meant bad news. He reached his green Mercury, opened the driver's door, and climbed awkwardly in. The young black man was already waiting for him, calm, unexcited, his peacock blue shirt collar neatly folded over the lapels of his cream-weave sport coat. "Worked a dream, huh?" the young man asked, as Henry settled himself into his seat and started the engine. "You didn't expect it to? You're working with a lifetime professional now, young Boyd." "Lloyd, Mr. Friend, not Boyd." Henry pulled carefully out into the traffic. He sniffed. "Perhaps we can all go home now." "I don't know, Mr. Friend. Mr. Skellett didn't say." Henry testily drummed his fingertips on the wheel. "Skellett," he said to himself, in the tone of a man who has suddenly remembered that he has left his wallet at home. "Was that a good job, or was that a good job?" "Perfect, Mr. Friend. Timing, perfect. Charge, perfect. Total effect, perfect." "Better than that damned mess they made in Virginia," said Henry, concentrating on making a left into Jackson, past the Union Railroad station. Lloyd didn't say anything, but propped his elbow on the windowsill and stared out at the street. Henry glanced at him and said, "Were you involved in that one?" "Oh, you're not supposed to know that." "I see," said Henry. "And it never occurred to you that Mr. Alexander might possibly change cars? You didn't have a contingency plan?" "I can't discuss it." Henry gave a soft, unamused chuckle. "Skellett," he said again, acidly. "Skellett couldn't pour piss out of a shoe if the instructions were written on the sole. I think Skellett always wanted to be a cowboy, Clint Eastwood. Did you see that song and dance today? The way he riled up those local badges so that they could come pouring out onto the street with guns and sharpshooters and TV cameras and press. This whole business was supposed to be kept completely secret." He paused for a while, driving with care through the morning traffic. "If you ask me, Skellett's going to be lucky if he lasts the month," he reflected, as they made another left towards the Greyhound bus terminal. Lloyd said, "Who knows? I don't get into discussions. I just plant the packages." "You did well today. That took a little nerve, planting that one." "No, it was nothing, man. The timing was perfect." Henry smiled to himself in satisfaction. There had been no way of discovering in advance where the chief of police would be parked, or even which vehicle he would use. That was why Henry had chosen a 7.5-pound explosive charge in a vinyl briefcase. He had learned years ago how easily people's attention could be distracted, even the attention of police officers and security guards. And the big-breasted brunette in the tight denim hot pants he had picked up at Sky Harbor Hotel the previous evening had certainly earned her $100 by turning every head in the street, just at the moment that a young black office worker with too many packages in his arms had crossed the road in front of Chief Ruse's parked car and scattered everything all over the road. As he had made a clumsy performance of trying to collect his packages, the young black office worker had thrust the vinyl briefcase up behind Chief Ruse's front bumper into the open cavity between the car's front grille and the radiator. There had been 6 wire hooks on the back of the briefcase made out of hotel coat hangers. It had needed just one of them to catch on to the radiator's crisscross support bars to hold the briefcase securely out of sight. The explosives had been triggered by a short-range electronic receiver which responded to the frequency of automobile starter motors. Henry had once bought 4 of them, $30 each, in Cleveland. A bargain, as it turned out. Henry supposed that he could have waited until later to eliminate Chief Ruse. Tomorrow evening, perhaps, when everything had settled down. He could also have done it much more quietly. But if Skellett could grandstand, then he could too. And Skellett had explicitly told him to do the job right away, without delay. He didn't like Skellett, and he had sorely wanted to show him just how frighteningly efficient he could be when he was called to. There was something else in the air, something that Henry couldn't quite pin down. A feeling that some very heavy political maneuvering was going on, a deep shift in the power structure. Maybe that was the reason why Skellett had taken such a risk in confronting Chief Ruse direct, to get himself noticed by his superiors. Henry didn't know very much about the NSA, but he had been briefed and debriefed by enough NSA agents to have realized that there was a constant struggle within the agency for political influence, especially now that Ikon was growing so old and infirm. Henry didn't know very much about the NSA, but he knew very much more than he was meant to. If they had discovered just how much, they would have killed him. Instantly. Outright. He knew that for sure. He left Lloyd at the bus terminal. Lloyd leaned back into the car and said, "Maybe we'll work together again someday. How about it?" Henry shook his head. "Just have a drink then, maybe?" "Maybe," said Henry, and reached over to close the passenger door. Lloyd watched him drive away and picked his teeth with the edge of his thumbnail. There was something scary about Henry Friend. The man seemed to possess his own personal voodoo. On the way back to downtown Phoenix, Henry was passed by a howling ambulance and a keening chorus of police motorcycles, speeding in the opposite direction, towards the county hospital. Chief Ruse, on his second-to-last ride. Back at Chief Ruse's house, Ingrid opened the front door and was surprised to see Lieutenant Berridge standing there. Lieutenant Berridge was distressed to see that Ingrid was wearing a face pack. It was going to be particularly difficult to tell a woman with a face pack that her husband had just been blown to bits. "Mrs. Ruse," he said, "would you please wash off the face pack?" She stared directly at him. Then she stared past him, at the white police car parked by the curb, its red lights revolving. A wet line slid slowly down her chalk-white cheek from the side of her left eye. She said, "There's been an accident, hasn't there? It's Walter?" "Yes," nodded Lieutenant Berridge. It's Walter. 14. Joe Jasper drove Nadine to Dulles Airport that afternoon in Titus's freshly dented Porsche. Titus had inspected the damage at 5 o'clock in the morning before he left for the State Department and had said nothing at all. But Joe had been able to tell from the flinching muscles in his cheeks that he never wanted to drive the car again. Nadine was silent for most of the drive across the Potomac. It was a gray, humid day. The eastern seaboard was overcast from Boston down to Norfolk, and thunder was forecast for the rest of the afternoon and most of the evening. Nadine wore a yellow silk headscarf and a gray silk blouse and Italian slacks. Most of her face was concealed behind large mirror-lensed sunglasses. Even Titus would probably have walked past her in a crowd. She felt tired, but she wasn't dissatisfied. Apart from a night of lovemaking with Titus, which always unwound her, she had actually achieved that most subtle of successes, which was to have given Titus so much confidence in her that for the first time he had actually persuaded her to participate in one of his clandestine plots. It hadn't been easy. It had taken years to make him believe in her sincerity. Not her sexual sincerity. That was something else altogether. Sexually, she found him as stimulating and as necessary to her daily happiness as a narcotic drug, and he knew it. What was more, he was probably as deeply addicted to her as she was to him. There wasn't any part of each other's bodies that they hadn't explored, both with tenderness and fierce excitement. No, the difficult part had been building up the friendship and the utter trust. She had been obliged to argue with him and fight with him just to make him believe in her and to treat her as something more than a Washington wife. It had taken 5.5 exhausting years, but now it had paid off. Nadine couldn't help smiling to herself as Joe turned into the airport entrance and made his way towards the short-term parking lot. "Something funny, Mrs. Alexander?" asked Joe. "I don't think so. It's just this heavy disguise." Joe nodded. 2 or 3 times more than was really necessary. "If your friends at the bridge club could see you now, huh?" "That's right, Joe." Joe found a parking space and wrestled the Porsche into it, although he finished up so close to the car parked next to him that he couldn't open his own door and had to struggle across to Nadine's side. "I'm not very good with manuals, you know. I'm too busy worrying about the shift to think where I'm pointing." They walked towards the terminal. Joe took his sunglasses out of his coat pocket and put them on, feeling very undercover and clandestine. Nadine said to him, "You'll recognize this hooker when you see her?" "Sure, but you shouldn't call her a hooker, Mrs. Alexander. At the very worst, hostess." Nadine ignored him. "What is she like, as a person?" she asked. "You've met her, haven't you, and talked to her?" "Oh, I liked her, as a matter of fact," said Joe. "Mind you, I like most people. I'm not what you might call socially discriminating." "Oh, thanks a lot." "Oh, I didn't mean you, Mrs. Alexander." Joe apologized. "I didn't mean to suggest that—" "Oh, for Christ's sake, stop cringing," Nadine snapped at him, "and take off those ridiculous sunglasses. They make you look like an albino." Joe took the sunglasses off and pushed them back in his pocket. He had to skip a little to keep up with her. Colleen Petley is class, as hostesses go. Nice background, and it shows. Well brought up, and of course she's pretty well off these days. $1,000 a night for 300 nights of the year, plus gratuities and other assorted goodies. The flight from Dallas-Fort Worth was already in, and Colleen Petley was waiting for them outside the terminal, by the cab rank, silently escorted by one of Joe Jasper's helpers, a taciturn ex-pugilist called Crack Nielsen. The meeting between Nadine Alexander, tall and svelte and supercilious, and Colleen Petley, small and pouting and obvious, was one of the classic encounters of modern politics. But like the death of Chief Ruse, it went unphotographed. It did, however, turn heads. Colleen Petley, a.k.a. Rita Hayes, was blonde, curly, busty, and stunningly pretty, with wide blue eyes and a mouth like smashed strawberries. She wore an off-the-shoulder Mexican-style blouse in frilly blue, a wide white PVC belt, and pale blue satin pedal pushers that looked as if they had been sprayed onto her naked body by custom cars of Redondo Beach. Crack Nielsen, short and heavy, his face as immovable as a heap of concrete that had been allowed to dry unshoveled on a sidewalk, carried her white airline bags and her white fun fur. Joe Jasper took Colleen's arm and leaned towards her. "This is Mrs. Alexander, Colleen, the wife of the Secretary of State. Now, all you have to do is shake her hand and say hi, and don't make a performance, and then we'll be on our way." "Hello, Colleen," Nadine greeted her. "Welcome to Washington." "Well, delighted," replied Colleen in a high Texas accent. Then, to Nadine's complete amazement, she curtsied. Her enormous breasts bulged dangerously from the elastic of her Mexican blouse. "The car's in the parking lot," said Joe. "I just hope we can squeeze everybody in." They drove northwest along the Washington Memorial Parkway in awkward intimacy. Nadine said to Joe, "I don't know why the hell Titus ever buys these ridiculous foreign imports. $60,000 for a car that wouldn't even pass the federal housing regulations on overcrowding." Colleen chipped in. "I knew a guy in Vegas who owned this amazing stretch Lincoln. He had television, brocade seats, and a real wolfskin rug. It was just amazing." "Very nice," replied Nadine. Then to Joe, out of the corner of her mouth, "I thought you said class." Joe gave an embarrassed shrug. "It's a question of comparisons. It seemed like class in Vegas." "Have you been to Washington before, dear?" Nadine asked Colleen. "I never did. Is that the Lincoln Memorial?" "That's right. Maybe in a day or two you'll have a chance to see the sights." "I gotta tell you," said Colleen, "I'm very nervous. I'm not at all sure that I'm doing the right thing. He is the president and all." Nadine smiled at her and reached around to pat her comfortingly on the hand. "Don't you worry. You're doing the most honorable and courageous thing that anybody possibly could. You realize that your name will probably go down in history?" Colleen gave an uncertain smile. No, Mr. Jasper told me that, but I'm kind of concerned. Flattered for sure, but concerned." "That's why we're all so proud of you," said Nadine, "because you're concerned." They arrived at last in Rockville, Maryland, in a quiet, tree-lined back street where the most vicious enemy was crabgrass on the lawn, and where status was measured not in political power, but in late-model Oldsmobiles and push-button garage doors. There was a humid wind blowing as they climbed out of the car, and Joe went up to the single-story house that he had rented under the name of Smithson and opened the front door. Nadine said to Colleen, "Go ahead, step inside. It's your home." Inside, the house was stale but comfortable. Thick shag-pile rugs, leather-upholstered furniture, televisions in the living room, kitchen and dining room. On the cream-painted walls, the kind of non-committal orange and brown abstract prints usually found in Lowe's hotels. A glass-fronted bar, a breakfast den, and a patio door with a view of a small, untidy backyard with a rusty wire-leaf burner. "No jacuzzi?" asked Colleen, disappointed. "I always spend hours in the jacuzzi." "You want a hot tub?" asked Joe, before Nadine could say anything at all. "We'll have one fitted in, no problem." "Well," said Colleen, walking from room to room, her tight pedal pushers shining in the mid-afternoon gloom like freshly caught bluefish. "I guess it isn't too bad for a hideout." "You mustn't think of it as a hideout," insisted Joe, writing down hot tub on the back of an envelope. "It's a temporary refuge, that's all. As soon as all of this problem is over, we'll be getting you someplace far better. Hot tubs in every room, if that's what you want." "I could use a drink," said Nadine. "I don't suppose you happen to have mixed up any of those martinis of yours, Joe?" Joe tucked away his pencil. "I do believe we have a jug or two in the icebox. I came up here last night just to check that Colleen would have everything she needed." "If you once taste Joe's martinis, you'll never need anything else again," smiled Nadine. Joe poured drinks and went to the phone to sort out arrangements for tomorrow's press conference. Crack Nielsen, stolid as ever, was keeping watch out of the window. Colleen said, "I think I'll take a bath. I feel like I've been traveling forever. Do you want to come and talk, Mrs. Alexander?" "Call me Nadine, for God's sake," said Nadine, following her into the bedroom suite. Colleen covered her face with her hands so that only her wide cornflower eyes were showing. "You know something? I've been trying not to show it, but when Joe Jasper called me last night, told me that you were going to take care of me personally, well, I couldn't believe it. I promised myself I was going to be so blasé, you know, but I've read so much about you in the magazines, and I saw you with Johnny Carson. Wasn't that just hilarious when he asked you to show him how a man should seduce a really tall woman?" "Hilarious," agreed Nadine, sitting on the end of the bed and crossing her legs. "I have to say it, I really admire you," said Colleen. "All the things that you've been doing for women's rights and everything you've been saying about nuclear weapons, that was very courageous of you, you know, considering who your husband is." "Everybody has to take a moral stand somewhere," Nadine told her. "Well, for sure, and that's why I said that I'd come along to Washington. When you consider that he's supposed to be the president, well, a man like that, a man with those sex habits, you wouldn't even ask him to run a concert party, let alone a country, you know." Nadine spread her hand and made a show of inspecting her long red fingernails. "How did Joe Jasper find you?" she asked. "I'm not really sure, but I told a guy I know called Jackie Opa all about the president. You know, what he did during the primaries, and I guess Jackie Opa must have sold the information for whatever he could get for it. I mean, you can't blame him. Jackie Opa, I mean." "No, sure, I can't blame him," said Nadine. Colleen tugged off her Mexican-style blouse, revealing big, soft breasts that were cradled in a Fredericks of Hollywood quarter-cup bra. Nadine had always considered that her own figure was Valkyrie-like, but Colleen's was center-spread quality, golden and curvy, a living, breathing little Annie Fanny. Nadine watched her as she stood in front of the looking-glass and unfastened her tight satin pedal pushers, and thought to herself that, in spite of her sexual brashness, in spite of her own elegance and fame, they were sisters of a kind, sisters both of fate and of political expedience. "I didn't bring too many clothes with me," said Colleen, sliding her pants down her bare hips. "I have a huge wardrobe back in Vegas, so many dresses, I have a card index, and shoes." "We'll find you some clothes," said Nadine. "I'll take you out shopping if you like. Now you're in Washington, maybe we'll be able to find you something more chic. A tailored suit, maybe. and some formal evening gowns. "Oh, you're really kind," said Colleen. "I just know that we're going to be friends." "I hope so," said Nadine. She was being polite when she said it, but then Colleen turned around and stood in front of her, wearing nothing but her uplift bra and a cute, smashed strawberry smile. And Nadine felt an upsurge within her that she hadn't felt for years and years, not since she had been at school on that freezing, whirling winter's day, and she and Tanya had wrapped themselves up naked in a huge bearskin rug and... She looked away. She found herself guiltily trying to remember whether the bedroom door was locked. Colleen sat down perkily beside her and began to file at her nails. Close up, she was even more unreal. Her skin was flawless, except for a Southern cross of moles on her left shoulder. Her little nipples were sugar pink. Everything about her was shiny and bright and larger than life. No wonder she made $1,000 a night. Nadine said, "You won't be making much money while you're here." "Oh, I don't care about that," smiled Colleen, wiggling her fingers. "I haven't taken a day off in 2 years. Can you believe that? 2 years! Huh. Then it was only a weekend at Lake Tahoe, and that was with 4 guys. 4! Mind you, only one was a real tiger. The rest were, eager but easily tired." "Do you really enjoy it?" asked Nadine. It was one of the questions she had promised herself that she wouldn't ask. But now that she had met Colleen, she couldn't resist it. She would never be able to form any kind of relationship with Colleen as friend or helper or protector until she understood what could possibly motivate a girl to do anything a man wanted, especially a girl as pretty and vivacious as this. Colleen blinked her big blue eyes. "Enjoy it? What do you mean?" "Do you enjoy doing what you do, being a hostess?" Colleen thought about it with obvious seriousness. Then she said, "Yes, I guess I do." "Even when you have to do the kind of thing that Marshall Roberts made you do?" Colleen shrugged and went on filing her nails. "It's all a question of what your threshold is, I guess. I mean, your threshold of tolerance. Some girls get upset if their husband says he wants to wear their dirty panties to work. I think he's a pervert or something. Then again, some girls want to do things themselves but don't know how to tell their boyfriends or husbands without feeling like they're whores or something. The only reason I'm in business is because ordinary people don't relate to each other, If a wife wants to tinkle all over her husband and he doesn't mind, then what difference does it make? Anyway, Marshall Roberts didn't make me do anything. Nobody does. They ask for what they want, and I tell them the price." Nadine didn't know what to answer to that. She sat staring at Colleen for a while, and Colleen stared back. It was a strange, decisive moment. "I'd better take that bath now," said Colleen. "And I'd better get back to Georgetown," said Nadine, looking at her watch. Colleen stood up. She reached behind her back and unhooked her bra. Her breasts swayed a little as she took it off. She had fine blonde pubic hair, closely trimmed, and the candy-pink lips of her vulva pouted through it like some wholesome but forbidden sweetmeat. Nadine looked up at her and attempted a dismissive smile, but somehow her face seemed frozen. She kept thinking of Tanya and that deep-warm bearskin rug and that snow that fell outside the window like lost memories, torn-up love letters. "You know something," she said. "When I was at school..." Colleen held out her hand. Nadine, feeling foolish, but unable to refuse, accepted it. Colleen knelt down on the rug in front of her. Her nipples were pink and tight. "Every woman feels it," Colleen said gently. "I've had women too, They pay me just like the men do. There's nothing wrong with it. Sometimes they're perfectly ordinary housewives. They come to Las Vegas to let go a little, experience something new. They gamble, have a few drinks, then they spend $1,000 on a night with another woman. I don't know. I think they find it more reassuring to their femininity than going to bed with another man. Less threatening. And most of the time, do you know what they want to do? She released Nadine's hand and squeezed her breasts so that the soft flesh bulged through her fingers. They want to feel another woman's breasts, kiss another woman's nipples. Well, it's not the way that men think it is at all. It's not like one of those lesbian porno movies, all panting and gasping and wriggling around like Runyon. No, it's soft, and it's gentle, and most of the time, it's beautiful. Nadine leaned forward, only a fraction. Colleen, naked, ran her fingers into Nadine's thick brunette hair and kissed her. It was an open-mouthed kiss, but the tips of their tongues explored each other only gently, nerves touching nerves. "Lie back," coaxed Colleen, in a voice so soft that Nadine could almost have imagined that she had heard it inside her head. She hesitated, but then Colleen murmured again, "Lie back," and she lay on the bed and looked up at the ceiling and made a deliberate effort to let herself go. She felt rather than saw. Once or twice she looked down, but mostly she closed her eyes or stared at the jigsaw cracks on the ceiling above her. She felt the zipper of her Italian slacks being opened. Then they were pulled down from her hips. She rarely wore underwear under trousers, and she immediately felt the coolness of the air against the moistness of her sex. "I'm excited," she thought. "It's madness, but I'm actually excited. I don't even know if either of us remember to lock the door, and both Joe Jasper and Crack Nielsen are sitting in the next room, separated from the most hair-raising scandal in Washington for 5 years by nothing more than an inch and a half of deal." She felt Colleen's fingers running up the inside of her thighs, and she shivered. Then she felt Colleen's curly blonde hair against her skin, and the electric feeling of Colleen's tongue between her legs. Colleen lapped her and teased her, her tongue tip parting her flesh, arousing her clitoris with an expert immediacy that made Nadine blush. Then probing into the opening of her urethra, teasing, tingling, and at last plunging suddenly and deeply into the slippery well of her vagina. Nobody had ever aroused Nadine like this before, not even Titus. Colleen's tongue flew over her sex like a wet and fluttering butterfly, making her shiver and bite at her knuckles in ecstasy. Now she didn't care whether the door opened or not. Her mind was too crowded with erotic fantasies. She stretched her legs wide apart so that Colleen could reach every crevice of her and twisted the bed cover around herself as if she were burning or drowning or both. Very near to the end, Colleen moistened one finger and slid it promptly into Nadine's anus, as far as it would go, and when that happened, Nadine felt as if the ceiling were collapsing on top of her, as if the world were a dynamited kaleidoscope, flying with fragments of colored glass. When she opened her eyes, it seemed as if it were hours later, although it was only minutes. Colleen was in the bathroom, running a tubful of hot water and scenting it with the Chanel bath oil which Joe Jasper had left for her. Nadine slowly pulled up her pants, fastened the belt, and got up from the bed. She ran her hands through her hair to fluff it up. I hope you realize that you've just committed a very indecent act with a woman who could be America's next First Lady?" she asked. Colleen said, "It had occurred to me. I have to admit." Her tone seemed different now, harder. Nadine leaned against the bathroom door, watching Colleen swish the bath with her hand. "You're not saying that you seduced me on purpose?" "You're worried?" smiled Colleen. "I don't know. Should I be worried? I'm not going to take advantage of you, if that's what you mean. But a girl always needs some insurance, like Marshall Roberts. I asked Dennis specially if I could service Marshall Roberts, and don't you think it's paid off?" Nadine said nothing, while Colleen stepped into the bath and sat down. "Would you pass me that back brush?" asked Colleen. "That's right, the one with the swan's neck. Don't you think that's just cute?" With the studied gestures of a drama school student, Nadine sat down on the edge of the tub and watched Colleen while she soaped herself. "I suppose I was a fool, then, to let you do what you did." "Not particularly. There weren't any witnesses." There was a silence between them, punctuated only by the slopping of bathwater. Then Colleen smiled and said, "You got me all wrong, you know that. And you got yourself wrong, too. You should have more confidence in yourself as a woman. I made love to you because I wanted to make love to you, not because I wanted to blackmail you, or bring you down, or demand money." Nadine looked uncertain, but Colleen reached out of the water and took her hand. "I was just trying to show you that I could have blackmailed you if I wanted to. I could have taken pictures, a whole roll, all of them clearly showing Mrs. Nadine Alexander with her pants down. But I didn't, and I won't. I respect you, and the only way that I know how to show somebody that I respect them is to make love to them." "Well, it won't happen again," said Nadine in a brittle voice. "It might," Colleen pined. "It won't. I'll make sure of that." "But you're supposed to look after me, satisfy my every need, with the sole exception of money. Isn't that it?" "Yes, that is it." "Well, that's what I want. That's my every need." "What are you talking about? What's your every need?" "You, Mrs. Alexander. You're my every need. You're beautiful, and you're famous, and you have the quickest climaxes I ever came across." Nadine thought, "What the hell have I got myself into? If this is another of Titus's nasty double plots," but it didn't seem possible. It seemed far more likely that this Vegas-trained young hostess had simply discovered the secret of becoming wealthy without doing anything that was remotely like work. Fucking the famous, and then coming out with a true, unexpurgated inside story, weekly fodder for the Star and National Enquirer. The trouble was, games like that could quickly and easily become dangerous. Nobody likes to be taken for a sucker, and nobody likes to be robbed. Even more, nobody likes to be ridiculed. "Colleen," Nadine said, "what do you actually want?" "I told you. I want you. That's for as long as I decide to stay here in Washington. I also need some money, and I want some fun. I know what Joe Jasper said about keeping me locked up here, but who needs it? I'll be good. I even promised to come home by midnight." Nadine said, "Have you any idea how risky it's going to be for you to dance around in the open? You're the only girl in the world who can bring down the President of the United States simply by opening her mouth. So what you don't seem to understand is that this particular President of the United States, like very many others before him, is hard and uncompromising and is quite likely to have you badly hurt if you try to unseat him. And when I say badly hurt, I mean badly hurt. You value your eyesight, do you? Your breasts?" Colleen rose from the bath and reached for a towel, She wrapped it tightly around herself, staring at Nadine suspiciously. "I wasn't trying to hustle you," she said. "I was only showing off." Nadine took her in her arms and held her. Then she kissed her on the forehead and on the nose and on the lips. "Let's keep this our secret, shall we?" she whispered. She slipped her hand inside Colleen's towel and massaged her big slippery breast until the nipple tightened between her fingers. Colleen kissed her cheek and then her mouth, hungrily. Unknown to both of them, a silent camera was squeezing its eye at them at intervals of exactly 8.3 seconds, and Joe Jasper was already on the phone to an address on Pennsylvania Avenue, speaking quickly and pointedly, and occasionally glancing towards the closed door of Colleen's new bedroom. 15. Just after 11 o'clock in the morning, the remains of Mrs. Margot Schneider were removed from the Phoenix City morgue in a black plastic body bag and handed over formally to James T. Skellett of the National Security Agency. Skellett refused to make any comment to the press. The mayor of Phoenix, Andrew Gardens, said that the city was simply obeying a directive from a higher authority in the interests of national defense. "I'd prefer to think about Chief Ruse today, rather than Mrs. Margot Schneider," he remarked. "Wouldn't you?" 16. Daniel was wiping up the tables after lunch when Ronald Reagan Kinishba came in with an untidy parcel under his arm and beckoned him over to the table on the far side of the diner. Pete Burns, the deputy, was sitting at the counter, finishing off a lemon Danish, and Ronald was anxious that they shouldn't be overheard. These days, Ronald would only have to wear a loud suit in a built-up area, and Pete Burns would run him in. Kara, who was wiping up the counter and stacking away the dirty dishes, looked across and saw what was going on. She turned to Pete Burns with a smile and a bounce and said, "How about some more coffee, Deputy? Another Danish?" Pete Burns turned majestically on his counter stool and remarked to Daniel, "The help's improved around here, Daniel. Must say I like your taste. Always had a penchant for redheads." Ronald gave him a quick wave and a wink. He was obviously about to say something cutting in reply, but Kara said, "Sweet and low, Deputy?" and distracted him. "What's happening?" Daniel asked Ronald. He nodded towards the parcel. "Are those the coveralls?" Ronald nodded. "Jim Pryor's coming by in an hour's time. Levon said he wasn't altogether too happy about smuggling us into the base, but he'll do it." "I wish to hell you'd tell me what fancy plan you've cooked up for getting us out." "You really want to know?" asked Ronald. "It's that bad, is it?" "It's bad, and I mean bad." Daniel drew back a chair and sat down. "You'd better tell me. If I'm not going to live to see sundown, I think I'd prefer to know about it in advance." Ronald leaned his head forward and in a conspiratorial murmur said, "It's like this. Jim Pryor's truck is large enough to take my motorcycle, hidden under a few sacks and boxes. Now, I rode around the perimeter of the base early this morning and found just what I was looking for. There's a rocky outcrop, quite close to the perimeter fence on the Higley side. So what we do is, once we've checked out Willie's body, we cross the base on the motorcycle, speed up when we reach the outcrop, and literally fly right over the fence. Evel Knievel can eat shit. We're going to do it, Pillion." Daniel slowly rubbed the side of his cheek. He was silent for so long that even Deputy Burns turned around again to see what had caused such a lull in the conversation. "That's bad," Daniel commented at last. That's bad. I told you, but what a way to make an exit. The ground's level and hard. The fence is only 10 feet high. That outcrop makes a natural ramp. We'll clear the top wire by 2-3 feet, and if anybody's chasing us, they won't be able to follow because the nearest gate in the fence is more than a half a mile away. We'll be home free. That's if we're still alive. Ronald puffed out his cheeks and shrugged. You want to take a look at Willie? You got to take some risks. Daniel stood up. You know something? He said. I now have a clear understanding of how and why the Indians lost the West. If they'd have had motorcycles instead of horses, they would have lost it even quicker. Then you'll do it, grinned Ronald. Do I have a choice? When Pete Burns had finished his third Danish and left, Daniel followed Kara into the kitchen, where Susie was helping Mrs. Copperwass stack the dishwasher. Mrs. Copperwass was a fussy, motherly old biddy who had helped Daniel with the cleaning and the housework ever since he had first opened the diner up for business. She had immediately impressed Susie because she could remember the last gunfight at Apache Junction in 1907, when Robert Chicken McTeague had shot and killed Edward Bailey right in front of the dry goods store. I could see Mr. Bailey's one boot standing up by itself in the street, clear as if it happened this morning. Kara said, You're going now? As soon as Jim Pryor comes by. She grasped his hands and kissed him. I know it was my idea, dressing up as Air Force people and everything, but you're sure you want to do it? I mean, you're sure you ought to? I don't think there's anything else I can do. She held him close. You keep yourself safe then, you hear? I'm not usually known for my suicidal nature, not like this Navajo kamikaze biker here. Ronald grunted with amusement. There's just one precaution you can take, Daniel told Kara. If we're not out of the base in 2 hours, then call Pete Burns and tell him everything that's happened. If we're okay, we'll probably throw our tails in prison, but if we're not, then somebody in authority needs to know. They went upstairs and changed into the USAF technicians' coveralls that Levon had lent them. They don't smell too good, do they? Commented Ronald. You don't think that Levon sews himself into them for the winter, do you? Levon had also managed to dig out a couple of blue-peaked drill caps and a battered USAF toolbox. Daniel prized the box open and saw that it contained 3 rusty octagonal spanners, the metal clips from a pair of Oshkosh dungarees, and a torn copy of the Seattle Post-Intelligencer. I always knew there was something funny about Levon and Seattle, Ronald remarked. They shared a cold Coors, which they drank too quickly and too nervously. Then at 5 after 2, they heard the bullfrog croak of Jim Pryor's truck horn. Daniel tugged on his cap and asked Kara, How do I look? Scared, she said. Jim Pryor was waiting for them impatiently, in his tall, sweat-stained Stetson hat and his red checkered shirt, chewing a massive mouthful of gum. His blue Ford panel truck was parked on the highway nearby, its doors wide open and its tailgate down. I can tell you straight, I wouldn't be taking you guys at all if it wasn't for Levon, he said, and spat into the dust. I always thought you two were a couple of weirdos. Ronald slapped him cheerily on the back. There's something else, as a matter of fact. I was wondering if you could be kind enough to take my bike along, too. He nodded his head towards the Nighthawk and smiled. The bike? Asked Jim Pryor incredulously. Come on, Mr. Pryor. Levon told us you owe him one. Jesus wept, said Jim Pryor. Between them, while Susie watched solemnly from her upstairs window, the 3 of them manhandled the motorcycle into the back of Jim Pryor's truck, wedging it in between a stack of canned beets and a side of bacon wrapped in muslin. Then they locked up the tailgate, climbed into the cab, and drove off. Susie knelt on her chair, watching the empty highway for almost 5 minutes, before Kara came in and laid a gentle hand on her shoulder. "Daddy's going to be all right, isn't he?" "Oh, for sure. You're not lying to me." "Why would I lie?" "Because you're worried, too." Kara sat down on the bed. "Your daddy is quite capable of taking care of himself, if only he'd realize it." "I don't know what you mean," said Susie. Kara smiled. "I don't believe that I know myself, but he's a strong man, much stronger than he thinks he is. He still loves your mommy, you know that. He says that if Mommy came back, they'd only argue." "Maybe he's right." Susie looked at Kara with big round eyes, and her mouth was pursed in distress. Kara touched her cheeks, and 2 large tears rolled out, the kind of tears which smudge the ink of hopeless letters or fall into a cold, reflecting river on a winter's afternoon. In the truck, meanwhile, Ronald was determinedly singing O Sole Mio. Daniel was sitting with his feet up on the dash, and Jim Pryor was driving as if he had a permanent migraine. There were 6 or 7 air fresheners dangling from the knobs of the truck's radio, every scent, from mountain pine to huckleberry. And on the inside of the cab roof, there was a large picture of Chesty Morgan, the lady with a 72-inch bust. Jim Pryor said, "You guys are going to have to get your carcasses out of this cab in a minute or two and hide in the back." 10-4, said Ronald. "Don't know why the hell you want to sneak yourselves into an airbase anyway. You're not set on stealing one of them swang-wang farters, are you? Flying it to Moscow." He pronounced it swang-wang farter, a real Apache Junction accent. "No," said Ronald. "Something better than that. We're going on a panty raid, stealing the officers' thermal underwear." "I always thought you two was weirdos," said Jim Pryor. They pulled up by the side of the road. It was a hot, clear afternoon, no traffic in sight for miles, except for a lone Indian driving a diesel earth mover about a quarter of a mile away, in a nearby field. Ronald and Daniel heaved themselves up into the back of Jim Pryor's truck and wormed their way in between the supplies until they found a stuffy niche behind a case of canned peaches. Jim Pryor locked the tailgate again and climbed back into the cab. "I just hope he doesn't decide to get smart," said Daniel, as the truck pulled away. "Try to tip off the sentry, anything like that." "Well," said Ronald, philosophically, "there's always that risk, but Levon wouldn't like it too much, and I don't think Jim Pryor's going to go out of his way to upset Levon. Not if he wants spare parts and gas and good service." "I don't know," said Daniel. "I'll trust him when we're inside the base, not before." It seemed to take a whole afternoon of jostling and bumping before the truck pulled up in front of Williams Air Force Base. Daniel and Ronald sat crouched and sweating in the darkness and listened to the sentry approaching the cab and asking Jim Pryor to produce his pass documents. "Bacon, canned fruit, canned vegetables, potatoes, broccoli, cooking oil," recited the sentry from Jim Pryor's docket. "Anything else? Any liquor? Beer? Perfumeries?" "What you read on that docket is what there is," said Jim Pryor. "Well, that's what you say," replied the sentry. "But the way I hear it, you've been bringing in some of them videos, Debbie Does Dallas and such like, and some of them magazines, 15, and Anal Fun and Private." "Young man, you certainly hear some weird stuff," said Jim Pryor. "Now give me that docket back and let me get on with my delivery." "I'm entitled to search your vehicle," said the sentry. "I'd be obliged if you'd step down from the cab and open the tailgate, and maybe we can take a look, see what you're hiding in there." "I'm behind time as it is," Jim Pryor complained. That's too bad, said the sentry, because it's my duty to make sure that nothing gets onto this base that shouldn't, like firearms, or dope, or cameras, or questionable movies.
This is crazy, said Jim Pryor. You ain't never searched me before.
I ain't never heard that you were bringing in unsavory movies and magazines before. There was a pause. Daniel felt the sweat running down the side of his face, and his back was beginning to creak with stiffness. Ronald murmured some obscure Indian invocation under his breath, a call to the gods of desert and mountain to cleave the sentry in half. They heard the sentry's boots walking around the truck towards the back, and they heard Jim Pryor's door open. This is it, thought Daniel. He's going to sell us to the Air Force as the price of his own neck. He's going to turn us in. But then he heard Jim Pryor say, "Listen, okay, we can be reasonable, can't we?" What's your definition of reasonable? The sentry wanted to know.
Here, look here. Couple of good video movies. Let's say they're a private arrangement, kind of a commission.
There was another pause, longer. Daniel wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his sleeve. Ronald whispered, "Take them, for Christ's sake, take them." Jim Pryor and the sentry walked out of earshot, although Daniel and Ronald could still indistinctly hear them discussing the merits of Busybodies and World of Pleasure Part 3. An F-15 Eagle thundered overhead, blotting out all conversation and all sensible thought. But when it had gone, there was complete silence. Ronald said, "What's happening out there?" But Daniel could only shake his head. The next thing they knew, Jim Pryor had climbed back into his cab and started up the truck's engine. They heard him say, "Have a good evening. Don't overdo it. There's plenty more where that came from." Then the truck was jouncing through the gates and swinging around towards the stores, where Jim Pryor would unload his supplies. As he shifted gear, Daniel could hear him cursing the sentry out loud. The truck jolted to a halt, and Jim Pryor came around and lowered the tailgate. "It's all right, you can come on out," he grumbled. "But don't ask me for no more favors because I'm not in the goddamned mood. That punk of a sentry. If I hadn't had you two guys stashed in the back, I would have told him to go shove his dick up some airplane's tailpipe. Goddamn $20 a piece. Those videos cost me, and now I gotta give him a couple every time I go through the goddamn gate lest he gets suspicious." Daniel dusted off his coveralls. "Don't worry about it. I'll pay you back. Levon didn't say anything about porno movies." "You have to make a living, you know. Whatever these fly guys want, I provide." "And where do you get them?" "Are you kidding? There's a whole goddamn video copying industry going on out of the Fort Apache Indian Reservation. Whole barn's crammed with video machines, 60 or 70 running at a time." "This great nation of ours," said Daniel sarcastically. "The Indians had to do something after the white man stole their lands," protested Ronald. "Maybe porno was the best thing. Cochise's revenge." "Why don't you stop talking crap and help me get this goddamn motorcycle out of the back of my truck?" Jim Pryor complained. They hefted the cycle over the tailgate and set it on the ground. Daniel said to Jim Pryor, "That's it, okay? You're no longer responsible. You never smuggled us in through the gates, and we never saw you before in our lives." Jim Pryor took off his Stetson and raked his thinning hair across his scalp. "You tell Levon I don't owe him no favors no more, that's all. That Levon, he's some goddamn smartass, I can tell you. You tell him I don't owe him no more favors." "Double negative," Ronald commented. "Kiss off," Jim Pryor retorted. Daniel and Ronald left the disgruntled Jim Pryor to unload his supplies and went in search of the base hospital. Ronald wheeled the motorcycle 100 yards along to the shade of a stunted foothill Palo Verde and parked it there ready for their eventual getaway. A flight of 3 F-15s screeched low behind the rows of huts, and for a moment it was impossible for them to hear each other speak. At last, as the jets began to climb towards Chandler and the Gila River Indian Reservation, Ronald took Daniel's arm and said, "You go that way, okay? That looks the most promising direction, all those concrete buildings. I'll check out the huts along here. We'll meet back here in 5 minutes, unless you find what you're looking for. But in any case, I'll be here waiting for you. Whatever." "Take care," said Daniel. Ronald said, "You too, okay?" Swinging Levon's bashed-up old USAF toolbox as casually as he could, Daniel walked towards the main administration buildings and the control tower. He had forgotten his sunglasses, and so he had to half close his eyes against the glare of the white-painted concrete blocks and the dazzling glass of the control tower windows. There was a heady, heated smell of aviation fuel in the air, mingled with that dry desert aroma which is always Arizona's. It was a baking hot afternoon, and there was hardly anyone around, except for a tall black airman in fatigues painting the airbase flagstaff. Daniel walked around the main administration block, pretending to whistle through lips that were too parched to make a sound. A door suddenly opened, and a young Air Force captain came hurrying out, so abruptly that Daniel didn't have time to do anything but snap what he thought was a reasonably authentic salute. The captain flapped a dismissive hand at him, and then disappeared around the corner. Daniel stopped and took a breath. His lungs and his heart felt as if they all had twisted up together in an impossible knot. Locating the base hospital turned out to be ridiculously easy. As he walked around the last block, he saw a clearly stenciled array of signposts, pointing the way to such arcane destinations as the General Support Annex and the Procurement Office. The hospital block was right across the road in front of him, surrounded by a white-painted chain-link fence. He glanced quickly from right to left. Apart from a couple of technicians working on the nose radar of a distant F-15, the area was deserted. He began to walk across the road, his head lowered so that his face would be shadowed by the peak of his cap. He was almost across when he heard the whine of an approaching jeep. He tried to walk faster, but he was still 5 or 6 paces from the hospital block driveway when the jeep squealed to a stop beside him. A harsh voice said, "Hey, you!" He stopped and looked around. Sitting in the driver's seat of the jeep, his freckled, sunburned arms perched on top of the steering wheel like curing Virginia hams, was an Air Force Master Sergeant. He stared at Daniel out of impenetrable sunglasses and chewed gum between his back molars as regularly as if there was an Air Force ordinance on the exact rate of correct mastication. "What's your name, Airman?" he demanded. Korvitz, sir." "Well, Korvitz, what the hell do you think you're wearing?" Daniel said, "Huh?" and then looked down at his filthy coveralls as if he had never seen them before in his life. "These, Sergeant?" "That's right, Korvitz. Those." Daniel opened his mouth, but no words seemed to feel like coming out. The Master Sergeant stared at him and chewed and stared at him and chewed. The identification badge on his sharply pressed shirt said, "Wells, HB." Suddenly Daniel found himself speaking. His voice sounded as if it were coming from the throat of a child's jack-in-the-box, springy and peculiar. "It's the hospital, Sergeant. The head's backed up. I've got to clear it out. They told me to wear something that they could burn afterwards." The Master Sergeant chewed thoughtfully for almost a minute. Then, with considerable relish, he said, "You're going to get smothered in shit. Is that what they meant?" Daniel nodded, trying to look as unhappy as possible. "Ha!" barked the sergeant. Then, "Ha! Ha! Ha! Ha!" And then he thrust the Jeep into gear and drove off, still laughing. Daniel watched him go and felt the sweat trickling down the sides of his body. Thank the Lord for the small-minded cruelty of the military sense of humor. He walked up the driveway to the hospital block, up the steps, and pushed open the door. Inside, the hospital smelled of fresh paint and formaldehyde, and it was shadowy and cool. There was a desk near the entrance, but nobody was sitting there. A post on the wall extolled the virtues of a daily diet with plenty of bran. Moral fiber is not enough. Cautiously, he walked along the corridor, peeking into the porthole windows in every door. In one room, he caught sight of a young officer with his leg in traction, frowning at groovy ghoulies on television. In the next, a cleaner was noisily wax-polishing the floor. At the end of the corridor was a closed, windowless door marked Private. He hesitated in front of it, then turned the handle and found that it was unlocked. Beyond it was another corridor, running at right angles, painted a particularly unpleasant shade of pea green. Daniel closed the door behind him and walked quietly along the second corridor until he reached another door marked No Admittance to Unauthorized Personnel. He opened that too and found himself in the morgue. It wasn't much of a morgue, 12 feet square, with nothing more than 2 medical trolleys, parked side by side as casually as if they had been left there by a supermarket attendant. A dripping sink, a shelf crowded with bottles of antiseptic, sodium chloride, arsenic, and surgical alcohol, a house and garden calendar for 2 years ago, and a rattling, growling refrigeration unit. On one of the trolleys rested a U.S. Air Force body bag, which obviously contained a body. Daniel stared at it for a very long time before he stepped any further into the morgue. His pulse rate seemed to have dropped to a slow, thunderous drumbeat, and the sweat chilled on his forehead and under his arms as if he himself were close to death. He stepped up to the trolley and stood beside it with his head lowered, half in homage and half in utter terror. The refrigeration unit coughed and banged, and he began to think of every horror movie he had ever seen, movies in which corpses suddenly sat upright and clutched at your throat. Knowing that this particular body might be Willie didn't make it any less alarming. In fact, it made it worse. People in zombie movies were always being attacked by their erstwhile friends. There was a label tied to the zipper of the body bag. Daniel picked it up and looked at it, but all it bore was a penciled number, 755368. He knew that he was going to have to open the bag and examine the body. He felt as cold as if he had been waiting for a train in Alaska. His fingers seemed to have turned to frozen bananas, but he reached for the zipper tag and began to tug it down. It took forever just to draw the zipper down to chest level. The slider kept sticking, and he had to ease it back up again and then try opening it a little further. But at last, the corpse inside the bag was exposed to the light, and Daniel could see for himself what had really happened to Willie Monahan. There was no head, but he knew it was Willie. He recognized on the corpse's right collarbone the L-shaped scar, which Willie had always boasted to Daniel that he had sustained in a rapier duel with a Prussian count. It was nonsense, of course. He had fallen off a motorcycle when he was a cadet and jabbed himself with the brake lever. But it was Willie's scar, and the chest and shoulders were Willie's chest and shoulders, and in Daniel's mind there was no doubt at all. Willie was dead. What was really horrifying, though, was that Willie had quite obviously not been decapitated by a helicopter rotor. Even the thinnest rotor would have left a bruised, mangled neck stump. But Willie's neck had been sliced or sawn. It was cut off, cleanly just above the larynx, and although it was thick, with crusts of congealed blood, it had been as neatly severed as if he had been executed by a surgeon. Even more chilling, there was no sign of his head. Whoever had killed him had taken his head as a souvenir. Numbly, Daniel recited for Willie the Kaddish in Aramaic. It was all he could do. He and Willie had shared such a closeness of character that they had never spoken to each other as much as they should have done. They had drunk a lot, played cards, laughed, watched television. But Daniel would have done anything now for one last serious conversation with Willie. One last questioning bull session with beer and pretzels just to find out who Willie Monahan had actually been, and to answer all those questions which even husbands and wives who have lived together for 20 years never got around to asking each other. "Who were you, Willie?" he whispered, but there was nobody to answer him in that close, claustrophobic, green-painted morgue. Only a headless corpse. There was no air to be breathed that wasn't tinged with the smell of decomposing tissues, or that sweet abattoir odor of blood gone bad. There were no thoughts to be thought that weren't potential nightmares. Only memories and horror. He zippered up the body bag again, so hastily that he caught his fingers. Then he backed towards the door with the unbalanced, firmly planted steps of a drunk leaving a New York bar. He closed the door loudly behind him. Bang, and then the real world again. "Lord God," he said to himself, and tasted bile in his mouth. He made his way back along the pea-green corridor and pushed his way through the door marked Private. He was beginning to feel the extraordinary coldness of shock and a panicky need to escape from the hospital block and get out into the sunshine again. As he walked back into the entrance area, however, he was confronted by a woman corporal sitting behind the reception desk with a tightly waved hairstyle and an expression like a freshly opened box of paperclips. "Airman!" she rapped at the very instant he raised his hand to push open the hospital door. "Yes, ma'am," Daniel responded, but he stayed where he was, his hand still pressed against the glass. Outside he could see blue sky and hot concrete and freedom. Inside there was nothing but nausea and death. "Who gave you permission to enter the hospital block, dressed in that disgusting coverall?" "Master Sergeant Wells, ma'am." "What have you been doing here? I didn't see you come in." "You were temporarily absent from your desk, ma'am. I did wait, but they told me it was urgent. The head was blocked." "The head, airman, is that way." "Yes, ma'am, but I was just checking the outfall. I like to do the maintenance thorough, you know." "Just a minute," the corporal told him, and picked up her telephone. Daniel stayed where he was, an inch away from that 90 degrees afternoon, an inch away from escape. He heard the corporal say, "Get me Sergeant Wells, please." "Corporal Nobla." Then she clamped one hand over the receiver and said to Daniel, "You stay there. You stay right where you are." Daniel didn't move. Another F-15 flew over the base, making the doors rattle and vibrate in their frame. But all he could think about was Willie's sawn-off neck, the pipes and the tubes and the white protruding spine, and the sweat slid down his back like chilled blood. "Sergeant Wells? Is this Sergeant Wells?" "This is Corporal Nobla, Sergeant, over at the hospital block." "Yes, Sergeant, I'm sorry, but I have an airman here who claims that he's been cleaning out the head. A blockage of some kind." "Well, he says that you sent him." "Yes, Sergeant. You, personally." "I know he's wearing disgusting fatigues. I know that. Well, that's why I stopped him." "Yes. but I think we ought to check his identity. Don't you? There was a long silence, punctuated only by the tiny voice of Master Sergeant Wells speaking from the sergeant's mess. Daniel sweated and waited and almost prayed. But then Corporal Nobles suddenly said, "You'll send over the SPs? Very well. I'll keep him here." Without a word, Daniel pushed open the hospital door. The warm air flowed around him like an opened-up bread oven. Then his vision was jiggling in cinema verite as he ran down the hospital driveway, past the chain-link fence, across the wide roadway, and around the corner of the administration block. His sneakers flapped on the baking concrete. His breath roared inside his head as if it were the breath of someone close behind him. He almost collided with Ronald coming the other way. He panted, "They called the SPs. For God's sake, let's get out of here." Ronald said, "You found the hospital?" "I saw the body. I saw Willie's body. Now let's go." They ran heavily back towards the tree where Ronald had parked his bike. There was no alarm and no sign of anybody chasing after them, but Daniel didn't want to take any chances. He wanted to be back in his own bed tonight with Kara lying next to him and Susie sleeping down the hall. He certainly didn't want to be locked up in an Air Force cell, answering questions about Willie Monahan and guided missiles that wouldn't work and headless corpses that obviously hadn't been decapitated by helicopter rotors and most certainly hadn't been posted to Langley AFB. They reached the Nighthawk and climbed astride it. It took Ronald 2 or 3 kicks before he could get it started, because it had been lying on its side in Jim Pryor's truck and flooded. But at last it burped and burbled and roared into life, and a cloud of blue smoke rose up through the branches of the Palo Verde, and they were away. "You're sure this jump stunt is going to work?" yelled Daniel as they swerved between 2 PX buildings and out into the open beside the airfield perimeter. "You want to be sure of anything, you should never take any risks," Ronald shouted back. They jolted and blurred past a row of fire trucks, 2 huts, a long wire fence, and a parked collection of partially dismembered airplanes, a Super Sabre and a Delta Dart. Out to their right, 2 or 3 F-15 Eagles were taxiing for takeoff, their gleaming outlines wavering in the heat haze which rose from the runway. Then, above the roar of jet engines, Daniel heard the whip, whip, whip of a siren. He twisted around and saw 2 Jeeps speeding towards them with flashing red lights, quickly joined by a 3rd Jeep. "They're chasing us!" he shouted, close to Ronald's neck. Ronald leaned his head back. "They don't have a fucking chance. Watch this." He twisted the throttle wide open, and the Nighthawk blared at nearly 110 miles per hour along the edge of the runway apron, jolting so much that Daniel felt as if all his teeth were being shaken out of their roots. He turned around again, and the Jeeps were almost a quarter of a mile away, but still coming. "If you can't get over that fence, you know what's going to happen, don't you? Bread and water for 10 years, if you're lucky." Ronald shouted, "What the hell are you worried about? Trust me." Suddenly, they heard a crackling noise. Daniel looked around to their left. Another Jeep had joined the pursuit, and an Air Force security policeman was standing up in the back seat with a rifle resting against the roll bar. "Get this goddamned bike moving," he screamed at Ronald. "They're shooting at us." A bullet hit the mudguard just behind Daniel's protruding backside and moaned off into the dust. Another one whizzed hotly through the air an inch or 2 in front of his face. He suddenly understood that this was serious and that they could die. Ronald yelled, "This is it! Look! The fence!" Daniel bobbed his head up over Ronald's shoulder and saw ahead of them an ochre-colored outcrop of rock. Beyond that was the airbase's 10-foot-high perimeter fence, double mesh with barbed wire on top. They were committed, There was no time to stop and consider if it was a good idea to leap 10 feet in the air over a high-gauge wire security fence, or how the hell they were going to land when they reached the other side. Ronald twisted the accelerator to give himself the very last ounce of power, and Daniel hugged Ronald's waist and crouched down on the pillion seat and clenched his teeth so tight that he broke one of his porcelain crowns. Then they were streaking up the flat table of rock with a Nighthawk's engine screaming at top pitch, an A- natural that could have brought down the windows of half a dozen cathedrals in one devastating shower of glass. Ronald let out a war whoop that made Daniel's hair prickle up, and he knew as they flew up into the air that they could never make it, that the Nighthawk was too heavy with 2 people astride it, that the natural ramp of rock wasn't angled up high enough, and that Ronald had probably never even meant to escape at all. Not seriously. Ronald was more of a Navajo than Daniel had given him credit for. Fiercer and more suicidal, and this assault on Williams Air Force Base had given him the justification he had always been looking for to go out in a thunder of glory. Daniel thought of all the times they had slammed along Route 60 together at 100 miles an hour, and realized that he was probably fortunate to have lived as long as this. The front wheel dropped in midair, and then the whole bike was somersaulting. Daniel tried to hang on to Ronald, but his grip was torn away, and the next thing he knew, he was being hurtled over the 10-foot fence as if he had been tossed by a bull, tearing his hand open on the barbed wire. He was slammed onto the hard ground on the other side and rolled over and over with his arms and legs flailing, breathless, his ribs pummeled by rocks, his face lacerated by dry branches. Ronald was not as lucky, but then perhaps he hadn't wanted to be. As the bike nosedived, he was thrown headfirst into the wire fence at nearly 90 miles an hour, and his face was mashed instantly into a bloody puree. Both of his eyes shot out on red ribbons of optic nerve, and as he collapsed to the ground, they slithered down the links of the fence and ended up staring at Daniel, still attached to their bloody string of tissue. It took him only 30 seconds to die, blinded and shocked, and whatever he was thinking, it was enough to keep him silent, paralyzed, his hands raised in the air as if he were still grasping the controls of an invisible motorcycle. The 4 Air Force jeeps skidded to a halt by the fence, raising a high cloud of dust. 2 of the SPs ran right up to the wire and looked intently for Daniel, while the rest of the detail stood around Ronald's wrecked Nighthawk as if they had discovered a pterodactyl which had suddenly dropped out of the sky. Daniel, winded and bruised amongst the desert brush, stayed motionless. Almost unconsciously, he said a prayer to thank God that he was still alive, and a prayer for Ronald Reagan Kanishba, who was now dead. He heard a voice say, "He must have run off. I don't see him there." "There's enough damn brush around here to hide an elephant." "Find the nearest access gate and go get him. You don't bring that guy back to Colonel Kowalik, dead or alive, he's going to have your balls." A quick rifle shot snapped into the dry ground only 12 feet away, and the bullet sang into the afternoon air, but the SPs didn't fire again. Daniel slithered backwards through the brush, down into a gully, and then ran and hopped until he reached a deeper gully 50 yards to the west, one of the old Indian canal beds. He was gasping so loudly that he was sure that everybody could hear him for miles around. His ankle was twisted, and he could only jump and hobble and roll. He wished to God that he hadn't come. He wished to God that it was all a nightmare, and that Ronald was still alive. He wished to God that the sight of Willie's headless neck wasn't so deeply imprinted on his mind. He sat down for a minute or two beside a giant saguaro, and wiped sweat and grit from his face and caught his breath. There was scarcely any sound now in the scrub, only the distant rumbling of jets and the chirruping of crickets. The Air Force police must have given up the search or gone the wrong way. He thought he heard someone shouting, but it soon faded. He lay back and closed his eyes. 17. It was dark when Kathy Forbes opened her eyes. An illuminated digital alarm clock beside the bed told her it was 23:17. She felt stunned and drowsy, and for a long moment she wondered if she might have been involved in a traffic accident and been anesthetized. She reached instinctively downwards to feel if her legs were still there. She turned over, and then she tried to sit up. Her head was pounding, and she found it difficult to focus her eyes. She sat there for more than 5 minutes, but her dizziness and nausea were too overwhelming, and at last she fell back on the pillow again. She remembered James Skellett asking her questions. She remembered a thickly carpeted living room, with sunshine illuminating the tightly drawn calico blinds. She remembered a rocking chair that creaked with every movement, and a reproduction of Picasso's Guernica. She remembered somebody else, too, a man in a white shirt with an expensive wristwatch. He had sat well back, smoking a cigarette that had a strange aroma to it. Now and then he had made a remark to James Skellett in a language which she failed to understand. "Do you think she really has any understanding about what happened?" "I don't know, but it is necessary to find out." "Necessary for what reason? You could kill her immediately, or ask your loathsome Mr. Friend to do it for you. Then you would have no problem whatsoever." "You don't think so? Supposing she has already told someone else? Supposing Mrs. Schneider confided in her before she died? She could be the most dangerous woman on this planet." "You always overdramatize. You should have gone into the theater, Skellett, not the security services. One day your stage whispers will find you out, and then you'll be sorry. That nonsense today in Phoenix. Couldn't you find a more discreet way of removing that police chief than dynamiting him? Ikon was furious." "Ikon wasn't here. He didn't know the difficulties. Besides, I didn't really plan it that way. I simply asked Friend to get rid of him as promptly as possible." "I hope that Friend wasn't overstepping his brief." "Well, I can handle Friend." "Can you? I didn't see much evidence of it today." A silence, calculated rather than hostile. Then, "Friend is no problem. A little exhibitionistic, perhaps, but then he is a genius at what he does. He found Margot Schneider, didn't he? He eliminated her and kept her elimination a complete mystery." "A mystery which you have done very little to keep a secret." "I don't have any duty to justify my actions to you." There had been more conversations. Different men. Then somebody who had lifted her arm swapped it with surgical alcohol and injected her with something that had put her to sleep within seconds. Her dreams had been populated with distorted faces, and echoing laughter, and a feeling that she wasn't here at all, but living years and years ago, speaking, talking on a Saturday afternoon in 1962. A voice had said, Jack Kennedy? Jack Kennedy? Jack Kennedy?" And another voice had joined in to say, "Yes, Ford Galaxy have 3 wagons for 1962, with Country Squire featuring walnut-grained steel panels and cruise-o-matic drive." Now she was awake, alert, and pricklingly frightened. The bed was a reasonably comfortable divan with clean sheets. There were maroon velveteen drapes over the windows through which 2 or 3 streetlights shone, and even in the darkness she could make out the shapes of white-painted furniture. There was a hint of cigar smoke in the air, but otherwise the room smelled clean. She could hear the mutter of a television somewhere in the house, and someone coughing. She tried to sit up again. She was dressed in nothing but bra, panties, garter belt, and stockings, and all her jewelry had gone, even the ring that Ken had given her at Lake Tahoe. Her head felt as if it were wallowing on a slack incoming tide, and there was the taste of something bitter in her mouth. From the next room, she heard more coughing, and then a woman's voice saying, "It won't be possible until tomorrow. No, of course not. I won't be able to get one until daylight." She reached out towards the bedside table to help herself climb out of bed, but the bed suddenly rose and tipped beneath her, and she fell heavily sideways, knocking the digital clock and the bedside lamp and a glass of water onto the rug. She lay back, panting. Whatever they had used to put her to sleep, it had completely unbalanced her in her ear. The bedroom door opened, and a man stood silhouetted against the light from the next room, watching her. She couldn't focus her eyes properly, but she was sure that it was Skelet. After a while, he came forward and stood right beside her. He made no attempt to pick up the clock or the lamp. She said hoarsely, "How long have I been asleep?" 2 or 3 hours, that's all. You were supposed to sleep until morning." She said, "I'd like some water, please." "In a moment." She turned her head away and squeezed her eyes tight shut in an effort to clear her mind. She wished she didn't feel so sick or so fuzzy. She had never been seriously ill in her life, and she hated to depend on anyone for anything, just like her father, stubborn and independent to the point of self-destruction. It formed the central part of her character, this hardness, and any caring or kindness or little attractive softnesses that she showed or achieved in spite of it. She always felt a sense of pride when she remembered to do something nice for one of her friends, like sending flowers or phoning up on anniversaries. And yet, she always felt guilty too, because she believed that she should have done them naturally, without even having to think about them. Skelet stayed where he was, watching her. She said, "You can't keep me here for very much longer. Chief Ruse." "Chief Ruse is dead." She opened her eyes and stared at him. "What do you mean? What do you mean Chief Ruse is dead?" "Exactly that. A bomb was planted in his car only about 10 minutes after you last spoke to him. There wasn't enough left of him to feed to your family pooch." Kathy pressed her hand against her mouth. "Oh, God," she said. She felt as if the whole world had suddenly revealed itself to be an utterly different and nightmarish place, as if everything she had believed about people since she was a child had turned out to be a hideous misapprehension. Skelet said, "If it's any consolation, that wasn't the way I wanted it." But Chief Ruse was being obstructive, unnecessarily and ignorantly obstructive, and when it comes down to a question of national security— "What question of national security can possibly justify you killing Chief Ruse?" Kathy demanded. Skelet clucked mildly. "Ha ha. Come on now, Miss Forbes. Don't overexcite yourself. You've had a heavy shot of chloral hydrate." Kathy took a deep breath to steady herself and to restore her sense of equilibrium. Skelet walked across to the window and parted the drapes slightly, looking out over the street with absent-minded satisfaction. He said, "Chief Ruse deliberately ignored a warrant issued by the National Security Agency and an order made by Arizona's chief judge. It was urgent that the remains of Mrs. Schneider should be removed from the Phoenix City mortuary and taken to Washington for special examination. Urgent, before any further deterioration could take place. Chief Ruse was adamant that he was not going to release the body, and therefore the only possible course of action was to remove him." I have to tell you that it was quite likely that Chief Ruse was part of a large and influential communist espionage ring. "Chief Ruse?
You're joking. He was the biggest redneck I've ever met.
Skellett smiled wanly. Redneck may be the right expression.
But did you have to kill him? Couldn't you just have had him arrested?
That would have meant charging him. And at the moment, we're not ready to alert the entire espionage ring by making formal detentions. Besides, we wouldn't have been able to hold him for very long. We have very little watertight evidence. We could have set our whole counter-espionage operation back by 5 years and risked some of our own people's lives.
Kathy said, "Why are you holding me? What have I got to do with it?"
That's exactly what I intend to find out.
But I don't know anything about spy rings or communist agents. If your intelligence is any good at all, surely you must realize that.
Skellett let the drapes fall back into place and came across to stand by Kathy's bedside again. I've never been so arrogant that I've claimed my intelligence setup is 100%. For all I know, you could be a Soviet sleeper. I'm having your background checked out now. Didn't you once belong to the Socialist Discussion Group of Palo Alto, California?
You're being absurd. That was at college.
Absurd? Well, maybe. I'm not a witch hunter. Not unless there are any real witches to be hunted.
What do you want me to say? I've told you everything I know, and that's precisely nothing.
You still haven't explained why you asked me about Cuba.
I've explained it was an odd shot, that's all.
I don't believe you. Something made you connect Mrs. Margot Schneider with Cuba, and I want to know what it was. You went up to her house, didn't you, after she was murdered?
Of course I did. It was my job.
Did you find anything there, or see anything there? Or did anybody mention anything there that might have led you to assume that Mrs. Margot Schneider had any connection with Cuba? Kathy shook her head.
Nothing.
Maybe Chief Ruse suggested it to you.
What does it matter? She said acidly. He's dead now.
He's dead, but you're not.
So what are you going to do about that? Kill me too? I'm being just as obstructive as Chief Ruse. At least you seem to think so.
Skellett paced around the bed thoughtfully. Then he said, You mentioned Jack Kennedy in your sleep.
Who?
You heard me. Now, why would you talk about Jack Kennedy? Unless he were somehow on your mind. And why would Jack Kennedy be on your mind? Can you answer me that? Kathy frowned at him.
Why are you so concerned about Cuba and Jack Kennedy? That all happened 20 years ago. What on earth is so important about Cuba and Jack Kennedy that makes you want to keep me here? It's ancient history.
History can be ancient, but still relevant.
I wish you'd stop this cheap philosophizing. Where are my clothes? I want to get dressed.
Skellett said, That won't be possible.
It had better be possible.
I want to know why you said Cuba. Then maybe we can talk about getting dressed.
Mr. Skellett, I don't know what made me say Cuba. I simply don't know. It was a silly idea, I admit. But there have been so many stories about Cuban exiles trying to persuade the president to...
Skellett swung his arm and slapped her face, so hard that she let out a sharp cry of pain and surprise. She tried to get up, but he slapped her again, even harder, and drew blood from the side of her mouth. Her cheek felt as if someone had clamped a hot steam iron against it. Her eyes were bursting with tears. Don't you mention Cuban exiles to me again, he said. His voice was as cold and as even as before. All this talk about Cuban exiles is shit. You know as well as I do that Margot Schneider had nothing to do with any Cuban exiles. What I want to know is, what connection do you believe she did have with Cuba? Kathy didn't answer, but wiped the tears away from her face with the corner of her pillow slip. Skellett waited a minute or two longer, and then said, You're not going to tell me? Very well. That's it. He walked back into the next room and half closed the door. Kathy heard him talking, and then the door opened again and he returned.
With him now were the man in the white shirt she had seen earlier on, and another taller man whom she didn't recognize. The man in the white shirt rolled up his sleeves, a cigarette dangling from between his lips. He looked like a corrupt twin of Alain Delon. The taller man had high Slavic cheekbones, small glittering eyes, and a large strawberry mark across the left side of his face. Skellett said to Kathy, "I'm going to explain something to you. It is necessary to the security and safety of the United States that you tell me what it is that led you to connect Mrs. Margot Schneider with Cuba, and why it was that you mentioned Jack Kennedy in your sleep. There are 226.5 million people in the United States. You are only one. I am authorized to do to you whatever I feel necessary in order to safeguard the rest of those human lives. I can torture you, and I can kill you. It is entirely my decision, and if you leave me with no choice, then I will." Kathy said in a choked voice, "That's murder. You can't murder me." "You don't understand. I can murder you, if the security situation warrants it. We call it DE5 in the NSA. Disencumbrance on a scale of 5. DE1 is simply arranging for a change of location within the continental United States. DE2 is forcible expulsion from the country. DE3 is imprisonment for as long as necessary. DE4 is injury or physical persuasion, forcible enough to guarantee complete cooperation. DE5 is disencumbrance in the last resort." Kathy stared at him. She had never in her whole life felt so vulnerable and so helpless. But that Forbes' hardness made her even more determined to resist. As long as she refused to tell Skellett anything about Mrs. Schneider and Cuba, then she was reasonably safe. It was obviously vital to him that he knew. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to all the trouble of detaining her here. He might try to hurt her, but as long as she kept her mouth shut, he wouldn't kill her. She didn't imagine that he might frighten her so much that she would beg him to let her go. "This is one last chance," said Skellett. "Tell me what you know and we won't touch you." Kathy said, "I don't know anything." Skellett made a mock disappointed face. Then, without any hesitation, he said, "Walsh, let's get her tied down." "If you even try," snapped Kathy, but Skellett slapped her face again, and then again, stunning her into silence. The big strawberry-marked man called Walsh came forward with a handful of scarves and tea towels and lashed her wrists and ankles to the head and the foot of the bed so that she was spread-eagled. "This is primitive," Kathy wept. She was furious at herself for crying. "You're supposed to be taking care of American civilization, and yet you're behaving like wild beasts." "It's your own fault," said Skellett. "The information that you're holding back from us is vital. Don't you see how unpatriotic you're being? We don't want to do this to you, but what alternative do we have?" The big man came forward again, and this time he was carrying a 10-inch carving knife. Kathy's stomach tightened in terror, but he did nothing more than lean over her, seize her bra, and slice it open with a single upward cut. Skellett looked at her bare breasts appreciatively and smiled. The man who looked like Alain Delon said nothing, but stayed in the corner, smoking and watching. "You're perverted," said Kathy. "You're perverted and sick." Skellett said, "I have no choice. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is." Now Walsh slid the carving knife under the elastic of her panties and separated them with another upward slice. He didn't bother to cut her garter belt or her stockings. It was enough that she was naked and exposed, enough that her legs should be lashed wide apart, and that all three of them could sit staring at her as pruriently and as intently as they liked. Skellett said, "Walsh, bring me one of those needles. That's right, the hypodermic needles. That's it. Thanks."
He sat down on the bed beside Kathy and smiled down at her as benevolently as a family doctor. "I'm not going to ask you any more questions," he said. "I'm simply going to start working on you. And when you decide that you've had enough, you tell me. All right?"
Kathy shivered. "You're crazy. You're completely out of your mind."
"I'm practical, that's all," said Skillet. Without any further discussion, he picked up the hypodermic needle, grasped her left breast, and pushed the needle straight into the pink flesh of her nipple. She screamed out loud, couldn't help it, and tried to writhe and twist against the bonds which held her to the bed, but Skillet kept the needle where it was and kept on smiling at her as calmly as if he were doing nothing more than taking her temperature. He was true to his word. He didn't ask her any more questions, but he continued with deadly cruelty to stick the needle into her breasts and nipples until she felt that they were ablaze. If she cried out too much, he slapped her face again and again. If she was silent, with her teeth clenched against the pain, he could coax her out of her silence by pushing the needle right through a nipple from one side to the other and twisting it around as if he were winding a clock. She had never known anything so agonizing. Her nerves seemed to shudder and rebel against every needle prick, and she prayed out loud for Skillet to stop. But she knew that Skillet wouldn't stop until she told him what she knew about Mrs. Margot Schneider, and she also knew that if she did tell him, he would probably kill her. The thought of that was all that kept her from pleading for mercy. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, Skillet got up from the bed and left the room. Walsh stayed there, and so did the man in the white shirt, but they didn't make any attempt to touch her. She kept her eyes closed and tried to imagine that she was somebody else, and that she wasn't here at all. It occurred to her that she didn't even know where here was. It was probably close to Phoenix. She was sure they hadn't driven out too far, but they may have moved her to another address when she was asleep. This didn't feel like the first house to which Skillet had brought her. This house seemed more permanent, better furnished, as if it were permanently occupied. She nearly managed to sleep, in spite of the pain in her breasts. The effects of the chloral hydrate had still not completely worn off, and she went into a shallow, dreamless doze. When she woke up, it was light, although the drapes were still closely drawn, and Walsh and the man in the white shirt were still there, watching her. She looked down at her breasts and saw that they were mottled with red and swollen. Skillet came back in again, eating a Swiss cheese sandwich. He said to Walsh, "There's some coffee in the kitchen. Help yourself." Walsh went out, and after a moment or two, the man in the white shirt followed him. "Well," said Skillet, "any change of mind?" She turned her head away. She didn't even want to look at him. Skillet sat on the end of the bed, chewing his sandwich, and said, "None of this self-sacrifice is worth it, you know. You're going to suffer like hell, and in the end, you're going to tell me what I want to find out." He finished his crust and took out his handkerchief to wipe his hands. You should have heard Chief Ruse, how heroic he was, full of fire, full of determination. But fire and determination don't help when you're fundamentally wrong, when you're fighting for the wrong cause. In the end, you always have to admit your mistakes and give in. I can tell you, Miss Forbes, you're not helping anybody by being so stubborn, especially not yourself. Kathy kept her head turned away. "Why don't you go fuck yourself?" she told him. Skillet pursed his lips and thought that over. Then he said, "You're still not understanding me. What I'm going to do to you next is going to drive you half out of your mind. I'm trying to avoid the necessity of having to do it. Do you get me? I'm not a cruel man by nature, but this is cruel."
You can't do any worse than you've done already.
You want to bet?
Oh, do whatever you damned well like if it turns you on. Skelet said wistfully, I only wish it did.
Walsh came into the room, carrying a small cardboard box. The man in the white shirt followed closely behind, smoking a fresh cigarette. The cigarettes had an odd, foreign pungency, and Kathy realized somewhere in the back of her mind that it must be the same smell that she had previously mistaken for cigars. Balkan, she thought, for some inexplicable reason. Skelet took the small cardboard box and set it down on his lap, holding the lid closed with his thumbs. Have you ever heard of Heloderma suspectum? He asked Kathy. I imagine you're going to tell me. Of course. Even the ugliest of guests deserves a proper introduction. Heloderma suspectum is the scientific name for the lizard known as the Gila monster, the only poisonous lizard which frequents the deserts of Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. But of course, being a native of Arizona, you are quite well acquainted with him already. Well, the Gila monster only attacks birds and small animals. Of course, you couldn't call him much of a danger to humans, except, of course, under special circumstances. What do you mean by special circumstances? Asked Kathy nervously. Well, for instance, if a man were to swallow a live Gila monster whole and it went down into his stomach, or if a Gila monster were to penetrate the human body in any other way. For the first time, Skelet glanced down between Kathy's thighs and drummed his fingers against the side of the cardboard box. Kathy breathed, You can't. I beg your pardon, said Skelet. You forget that I can do anything I want. You forget that I have official sanction to cut you into tiny pieces if I think that it's required. Something shifted inside the box, making a scratching noise. Kathy couldn't keep her eyes off it. She said, breathlessly, It's nothing to do with official sanctions. It's to do with human decency. Human decency? You want to debate the subject of human decency? Well, I'm very good at that. I know quite a lot about human decency. Yes, and human indecency, too. I would say that for you to withhold what you know about Mrs. Margot Schneider is pretty indecent, and I would say that what I'm going to do to you now is justifiable in the interests of the security of this great nation of ours. You're out of your mind. You can't possibly... Skelet jerked his head as a signal to Walsh that he should untie one of Kathy's legs. Kathy gasped and struggled and arched her back, but Walsh was too strong for her. Bastards! Shrieked Kathy. Bastards, let me go! Bastards, let me go! With an amused smile, Skelet opened the cardboard box. With a scuffling sound, a blunt, snake-like head appeared, and this was followed by one slowly flailing claw. Skelet reached inside and lifted out a 7-inch Gila lizard, only a young one, its scales speckled with black and orange, its long tail thrashed from side to side, and its tongue flickered out of its black lips like a whip. Walsh gripped Kathy's thigh so tight that his fingers dug into her flesh. She screamed and screamed at a shrill, unending pitch, but Skelet ignored her and slowly presented the Gila's monster's head to the parted pink opening of her sex. Do you still refuse to talk about Margot Schneider? Skelet asked her. Kathy was too hysterical to do anything but twist her body around and scream in horror. Skelet parted her vulva with his fingers and held the Gila lizard so close that its flickering black tongue touched her flesh. Kathy was too hysterical to do anything but twist her body around and scream in horror. Skelet parted her vulva with his fingers and held the Gila lizard so close that its flickering black tongue touched her flesh. "This is your last chance," he told her, his voice as chilly as ever. "If you don't tell me what you know, I'm going to push this lizard right up inside you. And then I'm going to bind your legs together so that you can't get it out." Kathy let out a moan of absolute defeat.
"I found a photograph," she wept. "I found a photograph of President Kennedy. It was dedicated to N. I couldn't think why at first, but there were a whole lot of press cuttings about the misfits with it. I wasn't even sure that I was right."
Skelet kept the Gila monster where it was for more than 20 seconds. Then he lifted it up in his right hand and squeezed it tight until its bones crackled like breaking twigs and its tail slashed furiously from side to side. He did nothing to put the creature out of its agony, but held it up while it shuddered and squirmed and blood ran darkly out of its mouth. "You guessed then," he said, "or you thought you guessed." Kathy looked away. She couldn't bear to watch Skelet crushing the Gila monster with such terrible deliberation. She felt the tears pool against the side of her nose as she haltingly whimpered out everything she had discovered and everything she had guessed about Margot Schneider's murder. In the corner of the room, the man in the white shirt lit another cigarette with a Zippo lighter and regarded her impassively. Her tear-stained face, her straggled hair, her sex wide open, as if it were a symbol of her complete submission and surrender. Walsh, now that the tension of extracting a confession was over, thrust his hands into his pockets and almost inaudibly hummed the old Groucho Marx song, "Everyone Says I Love You."
Kathy said, "The photograph of President Kennedy was a Polaroid, not official. A snapshot taken by somebody's pool. You couldn't have worked out where it was, not unless you'd known the place or come across it by accident. But I just had a feeling. And I went through the picture morgue at the office, and then through half a dozen books which my flatmate owns, and there it was, the same pool, the same changing hut. It was Marilyn Monroe's pool at Brentwood."
Skelet stood up and walked across to the far side of the room. He dropped the dead Gila monster into the metal wastebasket with a scaly clang. Then he said, "You still haven't explained Cuba."
"I was telling you the truth," said Kathy. She closed her legs now, suddenly aware of her vivid nakedness. "Cuba was a guess. There were so many theories about Marilyn Monroe, why she was supposed to have died. Norman Mailer said that the FBI might have gotten rid of her to protect the Kennedys' reputation. Other people said that she was killed by the mafia, but nobody ever suggested that she might not have died at all, that she might still be alive."
Skelet waited for a while and then said, "Go on. I want to hear it all."
"Well, there isn't very much more to tell," said Kathy. "Most of it was supposition. I guessed that N was Norma and that P was president. I guessed that if Marilyn Monroe really were alive and well and living in Phoenix, Arizona, under an assumed name, then out of all the photographs she'd ever possessed, she would try and hold on to that one. Except maybe a picture of Bobby, but I didn't see any of those."
"So you thought that Margot Schneider wasn't Margot Schneider at all, but Marilyn Monroe. You thought this dark-haired, frowsy widow was the greatest screen goddess of all time."
"Yes," said Kathy, "I did. And how do you know that Mrs. Margot Schneider was dark-haired? Have you ever seen any pictures of her? Because I haven't. Maybe you've seen her head."
Skelet said nothing, but stared at her frigidly, his hands held in front of him like a male ballet dancer waiting for his cue in Daphne et Chloe. Kathy said hesitantly,
"There are so many theories about what happened to Marilyn Monroe, whether she was murdered or committed suicide, or whether she took too many Nembutals. There were 2 or 3 people who could have saved her that night that she was supposed to have died, and I began to wonder if maybe somebody did. Maybe she did have a row with Bobby Kennedy that night. Maybe she did take too many pills. But maybe somebody actually answered one of her telephone calls and came round to help her. She had a lot of friends as well as a lot of enemies. Maybe somebody realized what trouble she was in and spirited her away to save her.
"This is fantasy," said Skelett.
I told you it was only guesswork. There was a body after all. But there were several strange things about the body, like the odd way it was lying, and the fact that her stomach was completely empty, as if it had been pumped. One witness said that when she was dead, Marilyn looked remarkably young. But if you look at Bert Stern's nude pictures of her, taken that same year, she looks lined and old. Even her hands look old. It occurred to me that somebody who was influential enough to have her spirited away could also have been influential enough to substitute a look-alike body.
Skelett was silent for a long time.
Then he said to Walsh,
"Cut her loose, get her a robe, then bring her into the living room."
It was 5 minutes before Kathy was ushered into the living room, wrapped in a grubby beige toweling robe. Walsh pushed her towards one of the armchairs. In the opposite armchair, Skelett was clipping his fingernails. It was bright morning now, and the room was patterned with sunlight. The furniture was uncompromisingly 1960s. Black plastic chairs, circular shaggy rugs, coffee tables with black, painted metal legs. There was even a spindly LP rack with red wooden balls for feet. Skelett said, "You have to understand that you're wrong. You've been doing what every young reporter tries to do these days, trying to dig up a sensational political scandal where none exists. Well, you're wrong. I should know. I've been working for the National Security Agency for 8 years, and I've seen all the files. There's no scandal." "Then why were you so worried about my connecting Margot Schneider with Cuba?" Kathy demanded. "Why did it mean so much to you that you were prepared to kill me?" Skelett ignored her question and said,
"Did you tell anyone else what you thought?"
"No," said Kathy. "I didn't tell anybody else. I wanted to gather in some more evidence before I discussed it with anybody. All I had was that one Polaroid of President Kennedy."
"Tell me why exactly you thought that Mrs. Margot Schneider had anything to do with Cuba,"
Skelett insisted. Kathy said, "You hurt me. You know that? You hurt me so badly."
"You don't think you deserved it?"
"Deserved it, you bastard!" Skelett shrugged.
"There are plenty more Gila monsters out in the desert."
She was silent. Then she said, "You would too, wouldn't you? You'd do it."
"Of course. My only priority is national security."
Kathy hugged her arms over her breasts. They were so sore that she could have cried, but she was determined not to. She had already shed too many tears for Skelett. She said slowly, "I thought that Margot Schneider was Marilyn Monroe, or could have been. If she was Marilyn Monroe, then she was in hiding, under a false name, and there could be only one reason for doing that, because she was afraid. So what was she afraid of? I asked myself." Kathy paused, and then she said quietly, "She could have been afraid of the scandal, which would have followed the public revelation of her affairs with Bobby and Jack Kennedy. But then I thought, no, she wasn't the kind of woman who worried about things like that. She was worried about her pride and about her identity, but not her reputation. The only thing that really would have worried her would have been the threat of mutilation or murder. And in those days, the only people who would have been likely to kill her or hurt her would have been the people who really wanted to get at the president, right-wing activists who were afraid that the Kennedys were going to let in a tide of left-wing legislation, hardline Southern Democrats, racialists, or Ku Klux Klan. Maybe Lyndon Johnson, who knows, or Cuban exiles who felt that they'd been let down at the Bay of Pigs. Maybe the Kennedys wanted to get rid of her themselves. Maybe she knew too much about what they were doing. how badly they'd failed when everybody thought they were heroes. You can't hide much from a woman when you're in bed with her. Maybe Jack and Bobby told her just a little too much. Skellett said,
"You didn't tell me this to begin with."
"No, because I thought that it might be true, and the angrier you became, the more convinced I was that it was true, or partly true. Margot Schneider was Marilyn Monroe, wasn't she? However she got to live in Phoenix, however she managed to change her identity, she was Marilyn Monroe, wasn't she?"
Skellett shook his head. "No, she wasn't. I'm sorry to disappoint you. It sounds like the scoop of the millennium, doesn't it? But Margot Schneider was nobody more than Margot Schneider, and the truth was that she was selling off technical data about U.S. planar array radar to a Soviet espionage ring. Nothing spectacular, nothing that would seriously threaten national security, but enough to be treasonous." He carefully clipped off his long left thumbnail. "The way I see it, she tried to press for a little more money. Tried to get clever. Or maybe she passed some dud information. Whatever happened, she was assassinated by a KGB hitman. That was why we had to rush her body back to Washington, to check for prints, and to compare the modus operandi with other Soviet hits. It was urgent. Chief Ruse tried to get in our way, and that's why he had to go. Then you started asking awkward questions, and that's why I had to find out exactly what you knew."
"She wasn't Marilyn Monroe?" asked Kathy. "She really wasn't?"
"No," said Skellett.
"Well, where did she get that photograph of Kennedy? Why did she keep so many reviews of the Misfits and pictures of Clark Gable?"
"We'll be looking into it. Don't you worry," Skellett assured her. "But remember that thousands of people took photographs of Kennedy, and that thousands of people own the same kind of changing hut that Marilyn Monroe owned at Brentwood. A Criterion. You can buy them anywhere."
"How do you know what kind of changing hut she owned?"
"We've been to your apartment, Miss Forbes, and checked the Polaroid for ourselves. We're very thorough. We have to be. By the way, that wasn't a bad hiding place, inside the coffee jar, but not particularly original." Kathy stared at him blankly.
"You knew all the time? You tortured me like that, and you knew all the time?"
Skellett grinned. "We may be cruel, Miss Forbes, but we're not dumb." 18. Few people would have recognized Titus in his horn-rimmed spectacles as he sat in the back of his chauffeur-driven limousine that morning, heading south on 23rd Street from Washington Circle towards the Department of State through sunlight and shadow and reflected light. He was trying, without much success, to read a sheaf of reports on Israel and Lebanon, while Smetana's Die Moldau played with suppressed grandeur on his in-car stereo. He flicked his eyes up now and again to check which street they had reached. I Street, H Street, G Street, so that he knew to the second how much time he had left to digest all this jargon-riddled nonsense which his staff had prepared for him on the latest struggles between the Phalangists and the Muslims. Religion, goddammit, he thought. Religion was nothing but trouble. The only faith worth believing in was holy pragmatism. Somewhere between the re-divisionalization of West Beirut and socio-religious interfaces, his mind wandered to thoughts of Nadine. Last night, she had come home with her breath smelling of whiskey, laughing, alight, and insisted on taking him straight to bed. Even though Carl and Samantha had both been there, lounging unlovably on his antique sofa in their dirty sneakers and drinking his best brandy, and had watched their mother drag their stepfather upstairs with eyes as unappreciative as 4 cigarette holes burned in a white linen pillow. Nadine had been incoherent for sex. She had torn the buttons off his shirt and pulled out his penis even before he could take down his pants. She had sat astride him, with her pink silk cocktail dress bunched up around her waist, and ridden him with almost insatiable ferocity. Near to her orgasm, she had taken him out of herself and rolled him furiously against her pubic hair until he had shouted out loud and spattered her dress and her stomach and her tautened thighs. During the night, she had reached out for him again and again, and it was dawn before she had slept. He had quietly eased himself out of bed and tiptoed downstairs to his library to make telephone calls to London and Bonn. For the first time in almost 2 years, he had lit a cigar before breakfast and smoked it thoughtfully. "I'll pick you up at 10, Mr. Secretary," his chauffeur said, as the limousine drew up outside the Department of State and the door was whipped open by one of Titus's security guards. "Thanks, John. How's your boy? Recovered yet?" "Oh, much better, thank you, sir. Thank you for asking." Joe Jasper was waiting for Titus in his office. So was a tray of hot black coffee and a plate of Titus's favorite pecan cookies. Also, 2 roses boxed in cellophane, 1 white and 1 red. "The flowers are from the dean," said Joe with a sly smile. Titus picked them up and examined them. 1 white, 1 red, the symbol of lost virginity. "Is that appropriate?" asked Joe. Titus glanced at him and then tossed the box onto the desk. "It's none of your goddamn business. That's what it is." Joe said, "Colleen Petley seems to be settling in quite well, you know. She's relaxed and ready and not complaining too much, although she did ask for a hot tub. She's very flattered that Nadine is looking after her personally." "That was an excellent idea of yours, sir. Excellent." Titus poured himself some coffee and dipped one of his cookies into it. He wasn't particularly hungry, but it was a ritual from his army days, when he had insisted on making surprise breakfast inspections and sharing coffee and cookies with his leathernecks. One of his many army nicknames had been Dunker. "What's the news on Rink?" he asked Joe. "I called Senator Rodney this morning, and he seemed to think that Marshall may be trying to outflank us by calling in support from Droxard and Smith." Hugh Droxard was the chairman of the Armed Services Commission. Nestor Smith was the deputy chairman of the Finance Commission. Both were heavyweight Southern Democrats whose views could substantially affect Congress when it came to voting on nuclear reduction. Both would be happy to see Titus lynched from the flagstaff outside the Department of State and slowly turning in the wind. Their sudden enlistment to Marshall Roberts' cause was a clue that Marshall was thinking of restarting the Rink talks sooner than Titus had expected. An unexpected chess move. 2 white bishops going off in diagonally opposite directions. Joe said, "My guess is that the president's going to announce this morning that Rink 2 is all ready to start and that Rink 1 had better be ratified as soon as the summer vacation is over." Titus reached for another cookie and dipped it. "He's pushing it, isn't he? Faster than I thought he would. Well, maybe we're going to have to show him our hand right now. I didn't particularly want to use Colleen before we saw which way the Rink talks were going to go. But if Marshall's going to start hustling them through like a junior league football game, maybe it's time we blocked him." "He's never going to forgive you, you know," said Joe with detectable relish. "I've survived one of his hits. I can survive another. Besides, if he tries anything like that again, I can make it absolutely crystal clear that I'm going to release those videos, those pictures, everything. I'll release them posthumously if that's the way he wants to play it, but I'll bring him down one way or another, dead or alive." Joe's face went through 20 different subservient expressions, from simple respect to complicated kowtowing.
"You're a tough man, Mr. Secretary. Nobody can say that you're not."
Titus sat down at his desk. "What else?" he wanted to know. "I was reading all that shit on Lebanon this morning. Why the hell can't Gamal keep a hold on that situation? He's like a goddamn child."
"Fayal is coming in later this morning, around 11.
"And what about scoping? Is he coming in?"
"I don't think so."
"Well, demand it, goddamn Swedes. I want this submarine business knocked on the head as soon as possible. Did you hear from the Office of the Joint Chiefs of Staff about it?"
"There's an OJCS memo on your desk."
Titus was still sorting through his paperwork when his intercom made a noise like a flatulent corncrake. His secretary said,
"It's Senator Rodney, sir. He's asked if you could possibly spare him 2 or 3 minutes."
"All right," said Titus. Then, when it was apparent that the line was still open, "Send him in." Senator Rodney entered the office blowing his nose. He was a short, white-haired man with flappy trousers and a gold pocket watch chain hung across his dark houndstooth vest. In appearance, although not in politics, he always reminded Titus of John L. Lewis, the 1930s labor leader. The same bushy eyebrows, the same deeply cleft chin. "Ken," Titus greeted him. "Take a seat. We were just discussing this morning's presidential talk-in." Senator Rodney pulled over a chair. "You've got the woman?" he wanted to know. "Safe and secure," Titus assured him. "Have some coffee?" "I will, thanks. Do you have some whiskey? This damned summer cold's been killing me. Listen, from what I hear, you're going to have to put the squeeze on Marshall pretty damned soon. Never mind the niceties. He's been disconcertingly busy during the past couple of days, bribing, threatening, gathering up enough support to ratify the final clauses of Rink 1 and to start the preliminary discussions of Rink 2. He's going to push for some early results, too. That cute little number in his publicity office called up Jerry Rosen late last night and said that she'd already seen some dummy brochures for Marshall's 1984 electoral campaign." "Can she be trusted?" asked Titus. "Jerry trusts her, sexually if not politically. She said the heading on the brochure was America, Robert's country. I guess that's convincing enough, don't you? Nobody else could possibly be that corny." Titus said harshly, "That was one goddamned promise that Roberts always used to make. You remember that. In Denver he made it. In Seattle he made it. In New York he made it. I'm in this race for one term and one term only. I'm too old for repeat performances, the lying bastard."
"What are you going to do?"
asked Joe. "I'm going to stop him," said Titus. "I'm going to stop him in his tracks. I wanted to save Colleen Petley for later. Use her to block his tax budget, maybe. But it doesn't look like he's left me any choice." "All I can say is be careful," Senator Rodney warned him. "Are you kidding? After that last little 4th of July display?" Senator Rodney said, "Marshall Roberts has a mean streak so deep that you couldn't touch bottom with a bathoscaph. You thwart him, Titus, and he's going to do everything and anything he can do to have you ousted. And when you're ousted, killed. There's no question about it. As far as I'm concerned, Marshall Roberts is a sore loser." Titus stood up. "Marshall Roberts is going to be thrown out of the White House faster than any president ever was, including Nixon. And I'm going to be the man who makes sure that he does. I know he's vindictive, but he's also vain. The proud president, he called himself once. You remember that. But pride cometh before a fucking great fall." Titus and Senator Rodney talked for nearly 50 minutes about the upcoming rink meeting and about the way in which Titus was going to start building up his political presence as a likely runner for next year's presidential primaries. They agreed that he would have to keep himself as far away as possible from Marshall Roberts's decline and fall, in case he was implicated either as a political conspirator or as a man who had known all along about the president's sexual tastes, and for his own political ends had chosen to ignore them. No Midwestern voter was going to support a Secretary of State who could turn a blind eye to blatant sexual perversion. Joe Jasper drank a last cold mouthful of coffee out of Titus's dirty cup and said, "Whatever happens, Mr. Secretary, you'll always have to look as if your hands are clean." "And your ass," put in Ken Rodney with characteristic crudity. At 10 o'clock, Titus left the Department of State for the White House. Marshall Roberts had convened the rink meeting in Titus's favorite room, the Lincoln sitting room, partly for its quietness and its comfort, and partly because he enjoyed rubbing it into Titus's face that he would never be able to live here. There was no doubt in anybody's mind that today was going to see a prickly confrontation between a once hawkish president who had inexplicably gone soft on disarmament and a military commander who had made his reputation as the hardest and least compromising politician since John Foster Dulles. But Marshall was deliberately late and kept his cabinet twitchily chattering to each other for almost 15 minutes before he made his entrance. Only Titus appeared calm. Marshall Roberts had always been imposing. Today he looked grander than ever. Tall, suntanned after a week's vacation near Big Sur, with a forehead that overhung his determined eyes like a cliff, and a sculptured wave of steel-gray hair. He wore a dark plaid sport coat and gray slacks, and a crimson silk handkerchief that spilled out of his breast pocket, in Senator Rodney's words, like fake blood from an artificial heart. "Good morning, gentlemen," he said easily, and went directly to his chair. "We'll be having some coffee shortly." The doors were closed, and everybody settled down. As if by natural selection, the military men and nuclear hardliners had grouped themselves on the right-hand side of the room. An assembly of close-cropped haircuts and relentlessly shiny shoes, while the more liberal representatives had scattered themselves around on the left in their unkempt bow ties and scuffed suedes. Marshall Roberts waited for the shuffling and throat-clearing and document rustling to die away, and then he said, in that distinctive voice of his, chocolatey but completely self-assured, "I'm not going to beat around the bush this morning. I'm going to inform you straight away that I intend to reopen the talks that we've been having with the Soviet Union for the reduction of nuclear weapons as soon as Congress has reconvened after the summer vacation. Now, as you're aware, we cannot continue with these talks until the House ratifies the last two clauses of Rink 1, relating to the withdrawal from British bases of cruise-type missiles. These two clauses have become a sticking point, far out of proportion to their real political or strategic implications." Marshall cast his eyes slowly around the members of his cabinet and the officers from the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Several of them grinned uneasily. "There are some among you who have opposed the ratification of Rink 1 right from the beginning, either covertly or openly. Well, I'm going to tell you, gentlemen, here and now, that those agreements are going to be approved whether you like it or not, with you or without you. My presidency is going to be recorded in history as an administration that was strong, but also intelligent, powerful, but also humane. I have always been the first to advocate military integrity in the face of communist expansionism, but we stand for life as well as for liberty. And it is my considered opinion that if we continue seeking the measured reduction of nuclear weaponry, particularly in the European theater, then we will be doing the world the sanest and most responsible service that any administration has done in 206 years. John Gibbons, the bald-headed Secretary of Defense, raised his propelling pencil and said sharply, "Mr. President, we all appreciate your humanity, but some of the outline proposals you've been circulating for Rink 2 come dangerously close, in my view anyway, to unilateral disarmament. They certainly don't constitute mutual and balanced nuclear reduction." Marshall cleared his throat. "John," he said, in a soft voice which carried in its softness a clear threat of later retribution, "there is no such concept as complete mathematical mutuality when it comes to nuclear disarmament. Our weapon systems are quite different from the Soviet weapon systems. So is our view of nuclear strategy. An installation which we consider relatively unimportant can appear to the Soviets as a grave threat to their national integrity. So to strive for a one-for-one reduction in nuclear weapons is not only misguided, but unnecessary. The notion of complete mutuality has been standing in the way of nuclear reduction for decades. It's up to us, in ratifying Rink 1 and in proceeding as expeditiously as we can with Rink 2, to break the logjam." "Pardon me, Mr. President," put in General Paul D. Immerman, one-time Army Chief of Staff and now Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. "The JCS are very sensitive to your viewpoint on disarmament, but we've already had our strategic study group run the proposals for Rink 2 through the computer, and there isn't any doubt at all that if even the least contentious of them are agreed and ratified, the United States will be put irreversibly into a nuclear no-win situation. If we pull back as few as half of our ALCMs from Britain and limit the deployment of the neutron bomb by as little as a third, the Soviet Union will have a 63.9% chance of occupying the whole of Europe within 5 days. I agree with you about an obsessive concern with mutuality standing in the way of sensible reduction, but I can't go along with you when you suggest national suicide." Titus shifted in his high-backed antique chair, and Marshall turned towards him and asked, "Titus, what's your view?" There were tense glances around the room. Everybody knew that Titus was irreconcilably set against any nuclear disarmament whatsoever, and that moment had now come for him to face up to the president, toe-to-toe, or compromise everything that he had ever said about "let America melt." Titus nearly collated the papers on his lap and smiled. "Mr. President," he said, "it appears to me that before we go chasing after nuclear rainbows, we should seriously appraise whether this is the same defense policy which this administration was elected in 1980 to carry out. The same, or even remotely similar." Marshall leaned forward angrily. It was obvious that he felt like whipping back at Titus, but he held himself under control. He wanted Titus to say everything that he had come here to say. He wanted Titus to wind himself tightly in the shroud of his own sarcasm. And then he wanted to bury Titus alive, in full view of the entire cabinet, and later in front of the media. If only Titus had half a glimmer of the agony which Marshall had been going through since his inauguration. The media always remarked on the way in which incumbent presidents aged so dramatically during their first year in office, and in spite of his suntan, Marshall felt like a man more than a decade older than his 66 years. If only that smug-faced bastard knew. If only he had the humanity to sense it. But he didn't, and he wouldn't, and that was why Marshall wanted him entombed. With deliberate long-windedness, Titus went on. It seems to me, Mr. President, that you have been overly concerning yourself with your lustrous international image as a peacemaker, and forgetting the price which your fellow countrymen are going to have to pay to keep your halo shiny. Titus? Marshall started to interrupt him, but Titus smiled and raised a hand. Please, I'd like to finish. A great deal hangs in the balance today. Not just our own political ambitions, not just the defense of America, but the safety of the entire planet. And while you have obviously considered the Geneva Principles in considerable detail, Mr. President, have you perhaps forgotten the Nevada Protocols? Marshal Roberts frowned at Titus darkly. The what? He growled. He knew that Titus never said anything irrational or frivolous. Every word that Titus spoke was like one of those damned ingenious anti-personnel devices that blew up if you touched them, and then blew up if you didn't. I think you'd better explain what the Nevada Protocols actually are, Mr. Secretary, said General Immerman. We're not all au fait. Oh, my apologies, smiled Titus. The Nevada Protocols were based on a purely informal political meeting at the Futura Hotel in Las Vegas, Nevada, shortly before President Roberts was nominated by the GOP. Can we know who was there? Asked John Gibbons. I certainly wasn't. He didn't have the faintest idea what Titus was talking about, but he was beginning to sense in Titus's voice and in Titus's posture that the old hunter-killer of the State Department had scented blood. He could also see that Marshal Roberts had been unexpectedly silenced, and that his usually bullet-hard eyes were betraying some interesting suggestions of genuine anxiety. Titus said, President Roberts was present at these discussions, as were certain personnel especially chosen for their refreshing political views. It was generally agreed that if President Roberts were to be elected, he would soon be entering a new golden age. Now Marshal Roberts knew for sure. His face was fixed as tightly as if his teeth had been clamped together. His eyes wavered away from Titus's face to Titus's casually crossed knees, and then down to the yellow patterned carpet. Titus monotonously swung his foot and kept on smiling. His polished black shoe swung in and out of Marshall's line of vision like an irritating memory that refused to go away. I can even remember her name, he thought, Rita, and the way she opened up her thighs and climbed onto me, and then sat over my face and said, Care for a cocktail, sugar? Titus said, with undisguised triumph in his voice, The President will recall that the Nevada Protocols clearly expressed the GOP's determination to give the Joint Chiefs of Staff all the support they would need within the scope of the available federal budget to implement as fully as possible the recommendations of JSOP 2. In other words, to provide the United States with the optimum defense capability as envisaged by the military services themselves. There was a very long silence. Marshal Roberts was still staring at the carpet. Titus added, in the gentlest of tones, I was only suggesting that the President, in his zeal for wholesale disarmament, might have omitted to remember how his own party feels that international peace might be more readily and more safely achieved. He bowed his head towards Marshall, with unmistakable sarcasm. I do hope that I have been of real assistance. Marshal Roberts looked up at last. Well, he said, and his deep, Hershey-colored voice sounded suddenly tired. It appears that the Secretary of State has raised some very fundamental policy matters which require my further attention. Mr. President, with respect, Mr. Alexander still hasn't made it quite clear what the Nevada, began General Emmerman, but Marshal Roberts gave a quick, displeased shake of his head that silenced the chairman of the JCS instantly. General Emmerman turned to Admiral Carstairs and gave him a baffled shrug. This meeting is adjourned, said Marshal Roberts, and stood up straight away and left the room. Everybody else gathered up their papers and their briefcases in complete confusion, all except Titus, who remained where he was, still smiling his saintly smile. John Gibbons came over and said, "You really got your teeth into him that time." Titus nodded. "It seems like it, doesn't it?" "Don't suppose there's any chance you might give me some slight inkling what these Nevada protocols actually are?" "Use your brains, John. There are only two commodities in Las Vegas: money and sex, so it's either one or the other." John Gibbons's eyebrows rose up his bald forehead. "Well now," he said, "you're playing with fire, aren't you?" "You need fire to fight fire." "Let me buy you lunch," said John Gibbons. "Let's talk about this some more." "Not yet, John. In any case, I'm dieting." Just as John Gibbons turned away, the far door of the Lincoln sitting room was opened, and Rosemary Wuppers, the president's personal secretary, gave Titus a discreet, beckoning wave. Titus stood up, brushed down his suit, and then followed her into the small, book-lined room next door, which Marshal Roberts had turned into his private den. Marshal was standing by the window, his hands in his pockets, silhouetted like an aging lion against the blurry summer sunshine. He said, "Come on in, Titus. Close the door." Titus came in and laid his papers down on Marshall's leather-topped desk. "You want a cigar?" asked Marshall. Titus said, "No, thank you, Mr. President. I'm trying to be a little more aesthetic these days." Marshall was silent for a while. Titus watched him, standing up smartly and confidently with the bearing of a soldier. Then Marshall said, "It's difficult for me to explain to you, Titus, just what a serious mistake you're making." "Oh?" "You've gotten hold of some photographs, I expect." Titus looked quickly around. "This room wired?" Marshall shook his head. "It wouldn't matter if it were, would it? If you've gotten hold of some photographs, I'd scarcely be likely to want to advertise the fact, would I?" "Well, there's more than photographs," said Titus. "There are videotaped confessions, pictures, and, of course, real live witnesses." "The girl herself?" "It's conceivable." Marshall came away from the window and stood very close to Titus, so close that Titus could feel the president's warm, even breath against his cheek. "I have to advise you of something, Titus. It will not be a good idea to attempt to interfere with the rink talks." "What are you talking about, Marshall? The rink talks are giving away so many strategic concessions to the Soviets that they practically constitute a crime against the Republic." "Believe me, they're the lesser of two evils. At least they're gradual." Titus stared at him. "What the hell do you mean, gradual? What's gotten into you, Marshall? You and I, we used to be the closest of friends, the closest of allies, too. You don't believe in this strategic arms reduction any more than I do. You would have nuked the Soviets over Afghanistan if you'd had the chance. So how can you stand in front of me now and tell me you want to pull back our cruise missiles out of Britain and still seriously believe that you're capable of continuing your administration with any kind of honor at all?" "Honor?" asked Marshall, as if he scarcely knew what the word meant. He turned away from Titus and sat down heavily
at his desk. "Honor is a rare bird these days, Titus, especially when you start looking for it on the top of the mountain." Titus said, "I didn't want to have to do this, This Nevada business. Playing dirty isn't something I particularly enjoy, but Rink is too much of a national risk, Marshal. And you're becoming unstable and irrational and, let's face it, weird." "Weird?" "You don't think it's weird for a president to double back on one of his strongest election promises? You don't think it's weird for a president to take part in peculiar and perverted sex acts? You don't think it's weird for a president to attempt to waste his own Secretary of State?" Marshall raised his head. "You think that I had anything at all to do with that bombing? You actually believe that I intended to have you killed?" "Someone did, Marshall. And you're my prime suspect. I know what happened to Fred Coggins back in '76 when he tried to squeeze you out of that Ashkahana power project. And I still believe you had a hand in that Sybil Coles affair." "You're crazy, Titus, you know that? I may be weird, but you're crazy." Titus smiled. "Nevertheless, Marshal, you're going to do what you're told. You're going to put Rink 1 right on the back burner, and you're going to forget about Rink 2 for good. Do you understand me loud and clear? Otherwise, the videotapes will be handed out wherever they'll do you the most harm, and the girl will be fanfared to the media. Can you imagine facing Margaret Thatcher again after you've been publicly accused of urolagnia?" "I'm, obviously going to have to consider this for a day or so," said Marshall. He sounded suddenly very tired. "You must give me a little time." "No time, Marshall. The answer is yes or the answer is no, and I want it right now." Marshall drummed his fingers on the desk. "It wasn't me who tried to kill you, I want you to believe that." "Marshall, I want an answer." Marshall suddenly banged both hands flat on his blotter. His forehead was crimson with rage and frustration. "I can't give you an answer, for Christ's sake. I can't postpone those Rink talks for anyone or anything. They're way behind time already. For the love of God, Titus, don't you see what I'm trying to tell you? I'm not allowed to." Titus felt an extraordinary prickle of uncertainty right up his spine to the nape of his neck. The last time he had felt anything as unpleasant as that was in Nam, when he had woken up one morning to feel a sharp, spidery sensation right inside his pants. He frowned at Marshall and said hoarsely, "You're not allowed to? Am I hearing you straight? You're the president." Marshall sat wearily back in his seat. "I can't tell you anything else, Titus. I've told you far too much already. But believe me, if you try to delay or upset these talks, you're going to be digging many more graves than just your own." "Are you under some kind of threat? Blackmail?" "Only the blackmail threat that you're making against me. And of course the daily threat of seeing the entire United States collapse like a house of cards." "I don't know what you mean." "What do you mean, collapse like a house of cards? For Christ's sake, Marshall, talk sense." Marshall shook his head. "You're just going to have to take what I'm telling you on trust, Titus. You know that I've never been a man to beg favors. And I hope you can understand that I'm not telling you to back off just to save my own skin. I'm quite prepared to take full responsibility for everything I've done, political and sexual, when the time comes. But for now, Titus, please, not now. If you stop Rink 2, or if you force me to resign from the presidency on moral grounds, then believe me, a burden is going to fall upon your shoulders, greater than you will ever be able to bear." Titus was silent. He had never seen Marshall like this before. He had seen him threaten, cajole, bully, and flatter. He had seen him bargain, but he had never seen him plead. Not in such bursts of anger and fear, not with his eyes darting about under his eyebrows like trapped and frightened fish. He didn't know what to say. whether to insist that Marshall should put a stop to Rink 2 regardless, or whether to give him a little more time, in the hope that he might explain himself more fully. The trouble was, there were high practical risks in giving a man like Marshall Roberts more time. In a day or so, Marshall could track down Colleen Petley and make sure that she was in no position to speak out against him. In a day or so, Marshall could stage a politically embarrassing incident anywhere in the world, like revealing that Titus was secretly sending military supplies to Ecuador and drastically undermine Titus's power base. In a day or so, Marshall could ensure that the bombing attempt, which had failed in West Virginia, was restaged, this time successfully. At last, Titus said, "You've got an hour. That's all I'm prepared to give you. Call me at the State Department and let me know what you've decided. I might be prepared to do some kind of a deal, which would leave you with the minimum of egg on your face. Say pretending to defer Rink 2 for a year or so. But if you don't call, or if you call and say no, then I'm going to bring you down. Do you hear? By the time I'm through with you, Warren Harding is going to be remembered as a saint by comparison. And I mean it." Marshall said nothing, but as Titus buttoned up his coat and turned to leave the den, he saw Marshall's clenched fist quivering, as if it were a human hand grenade that was just about to explode. 19. Lieutenant Berridge was sitting at his desk eating a grapefruit yogurt when Sergeant Corso came in to tell him that Skellett's car had been identified outside a house in Palmcroft Drive in Tempe. "Who identified it?" Berridge wanted to know. Then, shit, as he reached for his jacket and knocked yogurt all over his paperwork. "The Tempe Fire Department. They were called to a fire there about an hour ago. Suspicious circumstances. Somebody set light to the bedroom drapes." "Let's get out there." "Where the hell's Norris?" "Oh, at the hospital. His old lady's having twins." "Well, get Pulaski then. I want somebody who can drive." Within 4 minutes, Lieutenant Berridge and Detective Pulaski were screeching out of the police garage in their bronze Chevrolet, siren whooping and red light flashing on the roof. Pulaski had once been a stalker, and he drove with hair-raising precision, sliding the car around the corner of 7th Street towards the Maricopa Freeway as if it were on rails. He overtook a huge refrigerated truck on the inside, stood on the brakes, and spun the car neatly in front of the truck's huge oncoming bumper and across the street. "Well, I suppose that's one way of crossing an intersection," remarked Lieutenant Berridge, trying to sound casual. His feet were pressed so hard against the floor that he was getting cramp. "There's another way?" asked Pulaski. Pulaski may have been a hot rod driver, but his knowledge of Phoenix's maze of suburban streets was decidedly patchy. He managed to get them onto Palm Road, but then he lost 5 vital minutes roaring around Loma Vista Road, Broadmoor Drive, El Park Drive, and Del Rio Terrace, passing the same smart little houses over and over, and leaving the smell of burned rubber and the summer heat. At last he found Palmcroft Drive, and howled to a dramatic halt beside 3 fire trucks and 4 patrol cars from the Tempe Police Department. Lieutenant Berridge stiffly climbed out and walked across the street like a man who has narrowly avoided a fatal accident. "Lieutenant," said Bill Hagerty, Tempe's police chief, by way of greeting. "That's where they've holed themselves up? Number 1226. Number 1226, Palmcroft, was one of the larger properties in the area. A shingle-roofed, 1-story building on a low, landscaped hill, closely surrounded by dense, flowering bushes. On the sloping driveway was parked Skellett's Cadillac, 1 tire flat. Around to the side of the house was an open bedroom window, its drapes hanging in burned tatters, its glass blackened with soot, and a dark smudge above it on the gray stucco. "They're still in there?" asked Berridge.
Sure, 3 of them, a girl and 2 men.
The girl's probably Kathy Forbes from the Flag.
We've tried talking to them, said Haggerty. So far, they haven't answered. The phone's off the hook, and they've ignored the bullhorn.
What do you think about the fire?
Well, if the girl is Kathy Forbes, then it wouldn't surprise me if she started it herself to attract some attention. She was lucky the fire department was able to put it out from outside the house. She could have been roasted in there. All of them could have been roasted.
Have you seen them yet?
Not me, but the firemen did. When they broke down the front door, trying to get in to tackle the blaze, the 2 men were waiting in the hall. A big guy and a medium-sized guy, both armed. They fired 3 shots, all .45 caliber. The fire chief told his men to back off and stay off, and I can't say that I blame him.
Who saw the girl?
That fireman right over there. He saw her briefly at the bedroom window before the smoke got too thick.
Nobody's seen her since then?
So she may be dead. Well, it's possible, yes. We've got no way of telling.
An officer came up and said, "Chief Haggerty, sir, we've been questioning the old couple directly opposite. They swear they saw 3 men going into number 1226 last night. 3 men and 2 girls. They were kind of ashamed to admit it at first, but they spend most of their time by the front window, spying out over the neighborhood. The wife's in a wheelchair. Last night, they positively saw 3 men and 2 girls. They believe that one of the girls left the house earlier on this morning, and as far as they know, she hasn't come back."
"Thank the Lord for nosy neighbors," Chief Haggerty intoned.
"The 3rd guy is probably Skellett," said Lieutenant Berridge. "Has anybody called the National Security Agency and asked what the hell he thinks he's playing at?"
"I've had a call in for a half hour," said Chief Haggerty. "So far, their response has been underwhelming, to say the least. They keep quoting special prerogatives to me. This country's going to choke itself on jargon one day."
"What do you intend to do?"
asked Berridge. Chief Haggerty gave a quick, barking cough. "Play it cool, that's what. There's no particular need to rush in there like the 7th Cavalry. We've no immediate indication that the girl is in mortal danger. That's if she's still alive. I'd rather wait it out, let them sweat. They know they can't escape."
"You don't mind if I stick around?"
"Be my guest. I've sent for hot dogs, if you're hungry." They waited around for the rest of the afternoon, while the sun slowly burned its way westwards. Hours of coffee drinking and smoking and leaning against hot, glaring police cars and talking about baseball. Lieutenant Berridge talked a lot about Chief Ruse, but he said nothing about his conviction that the chief's murder had been nothing more than a quick and callous way to extinguish his opposition to the removal of Margot Schneider's remains from the Phoenix morgue. The official line, as put out by Mayor Gardens, was that Chief Ruse had been conducting an in-depth investigation into mafia corruption in Arizona, and that his execution had borne all the hallmarks of a quasi-Sicilian revenge killing. Chief Haggerty kept directional microphones pointed at 1226 Palmcroft, and police marksmen concealed all around the perimeter of the grounds. But if there was any conversation going on inside the house, it was being conducted in very low whispers, and none of the occupants made any attempt to poke their noses out. The house might just as well have been empty. "I want generators, okay, and floods," instructed Chief Haggerty as darkness began to fall. He came up to Lieutenant Berridge and said, "This could be a long one. You want to go home? Come back later? I'll stick it out for another hour. Suit yourself." It was at 1 minute after sunset, at 6:42, that the broken front door of the house was suddenly pushed half open, and a man's voice yelled out, "I'm coming out, you hear me? I'm coming out and my hands are way up. I'm unarmed." Immediately, there was a scurry in the street as officers ducked and dived behind their cars and raised their weapons. Chief Haggerty shouted for the floodlights to be directed at the front door, and almost immediately the blue-white halogen beams picked out the figure of a man in a white shirt with rolled-up sleeves, his hands stretched up over his head. "Is that Skellett?" Chief Hagerty asked Berridge. Berridge shook his head. Well, that one I've never seen before in my life. A man came halfway down the front path of the house and stood blinking at the floodlights, as if he had emerged from a week trapped in a pothole. Lieutenant Berridge said, "What's the matter with him? Why is he just standing there?" Chief Hagerty picked up his bullhorn and demanded, "Walk forward another 10 steps, then lie down on the road, face downwards, with your arms and legs spread. Do you understand me?" Hesitantly, awkwardly, a man did what he was told. As soon as he had lowered himself onto the road surface, his left ankle was seized by 2 police officers who were crouched behind a parked car, and he was roughly and speedily dragged into cover. One of the officers kept a Python revolver pressed to the man's head, while the other searched him for weapons. "Looks like he's clean, sir. Okay, handcuff him." The man's arms were twisted around behind his back and locked with handcuffs. Then he was hoisted onto his feet and hurried at a knees-bent run across the road behind a police panel van. Chief Hagerty left his own position behind his car and joined the officers in the cover of the van. Lieutenant Berridge followed him, but kept a foot or two behind. He was very conscious that this was Chief Hagerty's territory, and that a small gesture of police etiquette would win him more cooperation than all the big city assertiveness in the world. Chief Ruse always used to say to him, "Policemen are more damned territorial than coyotes." The man was pushed up against the van, and both his arms were held. Chief Hagerty approached him closely and stood with his hands on his hips, staring at him. The man was sweaty, unshaven, and smelled of foreign cigarettes. The pupils of his eyes were dilated, as if he was high on narcotics. "Are you going to talk to me?" Chief Hagerty asked him. "There's no use," the man told him in a thickly accented voice. "Oh, you don't think so? 3 or 4 of you are holed up in that house there, and you let fly at a detail of perfectly innocent firemen with 45 automatics, and you don't think there's any use in talking? What's your name?" "Andres." "Andres? What kind of a name is that? You foreign or what?" "Czech." "I shall, don't you worry." Lieutenant Berridge put in gently, "Chief, I think he said Czech, like Czechoslovakian." Chief Hagerty looked briefly annoyed. "Is that right?" he demanded. "You're a Czechoslovakian?" The man nodded. "Naturalized American or what?" "I don't have to tell you anything." "You fucking do, buddy. There's 2 of your friends in that house, along with a kidnapped girl, and if you don't start talking and talking quick, you're going to wind up with telephone numbers." The man looked completely baffled. "You know what telephone numbers are?" asked Lieutenant Berridge as diplomatically as he could. The man shook his head. "Jail, buddy," explained Chief Hagerty. "Jail for the rest of your natural life." At that moment, there was the sudden snap of automatic fire from the house. A large-caliber bullet shattered the panel van's windshield and groaned into the bushes nearby. The floodlights swung and flickered, and there was a heavy rattle of shooting from the police marksmen crouched behind their cars. Somebody shouted, "They're making a run for it!" What happened next would return to everybody who saw it for years to come in nightmares. The man in the white shirt suddenly twisted away from the 2 policemen who were holding him and butted Chief Hagerty straight in the forehead. Chief Hagerty went down flat, like a man hit by a baseball bat. Then the man dodged and shouldered his way past Lieutenant Berridge and ran around the front of the van with his hands still securely handcuffed behind his back. One of the patrolmen had already drawn his gun, but Lieutenant Berridge shouted at him, "Don't shoot!" The man timed his run perfectly. Just as Skellett and Walsh appeared in the front door of the house, both of them waving Colt automatics towards the police, the man crossed Palmcroft Drive at a long diagonal, straight across the police marksman's line of fire and exploded. Lieutenant Berridge stared in total horror as the man's head leapt 10 feet in the air, still attached to unraveling strings of nerves and tendons. His arms flew away in opposite directions, and then his guts spiraled around in a grisly, splattering corkscrew. Blood and fragments of liver and lungs showered the policeman like rain, and then there was nothing but smoke and fire and a sound like a wet thunderclap. In the confusion, Skellett and Walsh ran into the next door yard, clambered over the fence, and disappeared. None of the policemen even bothered to fire at them. They were too busy staring in horror at the sickening remains of the man in the white shirt, which had splattered their faces and uniforms like some grotesque and hideous practical joke. Chief Haggerty, still lying on the ground, stared up at Lieutenant Berridge, wide-eyed. "The guy blew up," he said. "The guy just blew up." Lieutenant Berridge sat down on the curb, took out his handkerchief, and smeared blood away from his face and hands. He was so shocked that he could hardly speak. Chief Haggerty humped himself over to where he was sitting and propped himself up beside him, nursing the bruise on his head. "He must have been a walking bomb. Jesus, a walking bomb. We searched him, but he was still packed full of explosives. Up his ass, it must have been. Who'd have thought of that?" "Can you imagine what a fanatic he must have been?" Lieutenant Berridge replied. "His whole goddamned rectum must have been chock full of gelignite, and a timing device, too." "Jesus," said Chief Haggerty. One of the officers came over, looking distinctly pale in the light from the halogen lamps, his shirt jigsawed with blood. "I'm sorry, sir. We lost the other two. They went over the fence and along the culvert, as far as we can make out. Nyman thought he saw them, but we can't be too sure." Chief Haggerty managed to stand up, swaying on his feet. "I think you are forgiven this time," he said. Then he suddenly retched and held his hand over his mouth. "You all right?" Lieutenant Berridge asked him. "Sure, just that knock on the head. Spanier, find a hose, will you, and sluice this crap out of the street." "Yes, sir." "Sir?" "What is it?" "Do I really have to, sir?" "Yes, Spanier, you do. Ask Montez to help you. He used to work in a processed meat factory. He won't mind." "There's still the girl," said Lieutenant Berridge. "We'd better go in and take a look." "Supposing the girl's booby-trapped, too." "Are you kidding?" "Look at that mess on the street. Tell me this is all a joke." "This is all a joke. Now let's go and see what's happened to the girl." They found Kathy Forbes bound and gagged in the living room, wearing nothing but a garter belt and stockings. She was bruised, and her breasts were mottled with scarlet wounds, but otherwise she was unhurt. Lieutenant Berridge knelt down beside her as one of the officers cut her free and said, "It was Skellett, wasn't it? He got away." "He got away," whispered Kathy. "I heard the gunfire. I thought you'd killed him." Lieutenant Berridge shook his head. "They used a decoy. The guy in the white shirt. You heard that bang a few minutes ago? Well, that was him. Blew himself up." "He was Czech," said Kathy, as if that made any difference. "He told me this morning he came from Pradovice. He said he missed his brothers. Isn't that ridiculous?" "Well, it is now. They're washing him away with a garden hose." One of the officers brought Kathy a blanket from the bedroom, and she shakily wrapped herself up. When they brought her out into the night, there was a dazzle of TV and newspaper lights, and Lieutenant Berridge had to jostle her across the road towards the ambulance. "No questions now," Berridge insisted. "Just keep back, will you? The lady's hurt." "How badly?" "I'll tell you tomorrow. Now keep back." Kathy lay back in the ambulance, listening to the shouting and the arguing and the scribbling sound of sirens, and shivered like someone who had seen their own tombstone. Lieutenant Berridge squeezed himself in beside her and said, "I'll come to the hospital with you, okay? I have to ask you some questions." "All right," she said dully.
She realized that she was nearly asleep. Shock, she supposed. Shock always sends you to sleep. What do you want to ask me?
It was you who set fire to the bedroom drapes, right?
Well, that's right. I was desperate. I thought they were going to torture me again.
They tortured you? She nodded. The ambulance had started off now, and she felt the unreal swaying of the suspension as it turned out of Palmcroft Drive, into Terrace Road, and then into Loma Vista.
They stuck needles in my breasts. Skelet stuck needles in my breasts. They wanted to know about Margot Schneider.
You know they killed Chief Ruse. At least I believe they did.
Kathy nodded.
She could hardly keep her eyes open.
They were worried, you know. They were worried that I discovered their secret. They were going to push a Gila monster up inside me. Can you believe that? They had a Gila monster, and they were going to push it up inside me.
Listen, said Lieutenant Berridge.
What secret? Well, that's why they killed Chief Ruse, don't you see? They were frightened that he was going to find out. They were frightened that he was going to guess the truth.
And what is the truth? What were they so frightened about?
Kathy stared at him through slitted eyes. I don't know. There is a truth, but I can't remember it.
Miss Forbes, you gotta tell me.
I can't think, Lieutenant. I can't remember.
For Christ's sake, this is a homicide investigation. A double homicide investigation, plus whatever you call someone who packs their back end with gelignite and paints the town red.
Recticide, said Kathy with a wan smile. Then she fell deeply asleep.
20. At 5 o'clock in the morning, just as the moon rose, Daniel abruptly sat up in bed and said, "What the hell's that? Did you hear that noise?" Kara muzzily snuggled in closer to him and said,
"What noise? I didn't hear any noise."
"There was a noise, like somebody prowling around outside. Oh, it's probably dogs or coyotes. Go back to sleep." Daniel swung out of bed and walked across to the window. Outside, on the moon-blanched parking lot, he saw 2 stray hounds scavenging in the garbage can, which old man Tremlett next door had left out for the trash collectors. He watched them for a while as they snapped and fought over the remains of a TV dinner tray, and then came back to bed and eased himself between the sheets. "Dogs?" asked Kara, putting her arm around him and pressing her bare breasts against his side. "Dogs. I guess I shouldn't be so goddamn jumpy.
Do you want some coffee? Or a soda, maybe?"
He turned towards her and kissed her on the forehead. "Just a little comfort, thank you. I've got to get up in an hour anyway."
"Are you opening the diner today?"
"Why not? Either they know who I am, or else they don't know who I am. I'm not going to run. I can't afford to. You have to be wealthy to be a fugitive these days, especially when you've got a child and a girlfriend to take with you." Kara was quiet for a moment, stroking his shoulder. Then she said, "They killed Willie. They might kill you." "They killed Willie because he was just about to blow the whistle on the biggest armament scandal in 10 years. That's what I think anyway. Somebody got a contract to build missiles and missile guidance systems, and the damn things don't even work properly. Do you know what the finance for those contracts runs into? Billions. Hundreds of billions. Somebody's making a whole lot of backhanders out there, and we're not even being protected from enemy attack." "Daniel, they must know that you were Willie's friend, and they're only going to have to identify Ronald to realize who was with him. Pete Burns could easily tell them, without even understanding that he's putting you at risk. What do you expect me to do? Pack my bags and jump on the first bus? Drive west? Drive east? I didn't manage to salvage very much of my existence when my marriage broke up. What I've got here is all that's left. I'm not leaving this behind, too." Kara propped herself up on her elbow and looked at him closely. The moonlight illuminated the soft curve of her back, the roundness of her bottom. She had bought some Indian perfume yesterday at the Navajo store on the way to Tortilla Flat, and she smelled like fresh cactus and spice.
She kissed him again and again and again and whispered, "You found it, you see. Your courage."
Courage? Well, maybe. I don't think I actually know what courage feels like, even when you found it. But I'm staying, if that's anything to do with courage, and I'm going to find out how Willie was killed and who did it and why.
"Make love to me," she said.
They made love simply and slowly, while the moon appeared through the upper left-hand corner of the bedroom window, with all the brightness and blandness of an alien voyeur. He thrust rhythmically into the coppery curls of her pubic hair and caressed her big soft breasts in his hands until the nipples stiffened between his fingers like buttons. She shuddered in orgasm a moment before he did, and her shuddering brought him to his climax too. And then they both lay side by side in silence, staring at each other with fondness and friendship, and the warm accomplishment of a plain but almost perfect act of love.
"Do you want me to leave?"
she asked after a long interval. "Leave? What makes you think I want you to leave?"
"Sometimes the time arrives, whether you want it to or not."
He laid his hand flat on her stomach, the way he had laid his hand on Candy's stomach when she had first told him that she was pregnant with Susie. "I don't want you to leave. Not now. Maybe not ever."
"I'll never marry you."
"I don't want you to marry me. But for now, I want you to stay." Kara came close to him and ran her fingers into his hair.
"You're a good man, Daniel."
Later, he went downstairs to the kitchen to make coffee. Susie came down and said she was hungry, and he gave her a bowl of donuts and a glass of orange juice. Daniel switched on the FM radio to KSTM and whistled along with Jolene. In a small voice, Susie said,
"Kara told me that Ronald was dead. Is that true?"
Daniel swallowed. He was still trying to keep back his own grief about what had happened yesterday. "Yes," he told her, as if he had a thistle in his throat. "Yes, that's right. Ronald's dead."
"Is he going to have a funeral?"
"I guess so."
"Are we going to go to the funeral, I mean?"
"I don't know, honey. It all depends."
"It all depends on what?"
"I don't know. Don't ask me. It all depends on... I don't know. Fate?"
"What's fate?"
"Ask Kara, will you? I don't know what fate is. Fate is what jumps out of the closet at you when you're expecting nothing but jeans and T-shirts." Susie frowned at him, but didn't ask him any more questions about Ronald. She had lived alone with her father for long enough to understand when he was upset. He finished making the coffee, and then he leaned over and kissed the parting of her hair. "Finish your donuts, okay?" The radio announcer said, "Right now at the top of the hour, and first we have more news of the dramatic siege yesterday evening in Tempe, when a terrorist deliberately blew himself up in full view of police officers and horrified local residents in order to provide a grisly and spectacular diversion to two escaping colleagues in crime. Rescued from the siege was Arizona flag reporter Kathy Forbes, who was working on an equally grisly news story: the mystery of the Air Force widow, Mrs. Margot Schneider, who earlier this week was beheaded by an unknown intruder at her North Phoenix home. Miss Forbes was captured by the terrorists the day before yesterday and held captive in a plush Palmcroft drive home, where she was stripped, tortured, and threatened before her rescue. Miss Forbes says she has no idea what the terrorists wanted from her, or what information they hoped to extract." Daniel turned up the volume, but the news story was finished, and the announcer started reading out dust storm firecasts. Susie looked up at him and said, "Blew himself up?
"Like a balloon?"
Daniel shook his head. "No, honey, like a bomb. Bang, splat, you know." "Yuck," said Susie, and enthusiastically scooped up the last of her donuts. Daniel took the coffee upstairs and sat down on the end of the bed. Kara was buried in the sheets at first, but soon she raised her tangled head and said,
"What is it? What's the matter?"
"I just heard a news story on the radio. Have heard it.
You remember we were talking about that woman who had her head cut off? Well, of course, that was the whole reason you...
Right.
But the girl reporter who wrote the story was kidnapped by terrorists or something, and apparently they were torturing her to try to get information out of her. It was on the news just now. Where was this? In Tempe, that's all. Just a couple of miles away. They said that some guy blew himself up so that his friends could escape. Kara stared at him. It was the same reporter? That's what they said. She was working on the Margot Schneider story and they kidnapped her. I don't know how she got away. And somebody blew himself up? That's what they said. Daniel, said Kara in an unsettled voice. Is there something bad going down here or not? I mean, what's going on?
Daniel sipped his coffee and then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. It was growing light outside now, and the moon was fading behind the peaked facade of Apache Junction's main hotel. I don't know, he said, but that woman had her head cut off with a wire saw, right? And there's no question at all that Willie's head wasn't cut off by any helicopter. A helicopter would have... Jesus smashed him. The top of his neck, it looked just like it was cut or sawn.
Don't, said Kara. But that's 2 people in the Phoenix area in just a few days. Willie and Margot Schneider. And now the reporter gets kidnapped by terrorists. I don't know what the hell goes on here, but it all sounds too damned interconnected. You know, I got the feeling that one thing happened because of some other thing, and Willie died because he shouldn't have known what he knew. And maybe this Margot Schneider did too. I don't know. Well, why don't you ask this girl reporter? Suggested Kara. What's the use of that? She's not going to tell me anything, is she? They do deals, don't they? In the movies? You know the real truth about Willie and she doesn't, so offer to trade. You run your whole life according to what you see in the movies? In South Dakota, what else can you do?
Later that morning, Daniel opened up the diner as usual, and even Pete Burns came in for his breakfast and sat perched on his stool and said nothing to Daniel, except that it looked like another hot one, maybe close on 100 and something, like that June in 1954 that his daddy had told him about, when it was 122 and folks had put eggs out on the sidewalk in frying pans, and the eggs had cooked and sizzled by themselves. 2 Air Force cars had driven past, one of them from Luke and the other from Davis Monthan, and an Air Force truck had parked outside for almost 10 minutes, but there was no sign of the military police. "See Ronald today?" asked Pete Burns as he put on his cap to leave. "Ronald? Can't say that I have." "When you do, tell him his hearing's been fixed for the 23rd of next month." "Oh, sure. What's the charge?" "Driving like a frigging lunatic." Daniel stood in the doorway, wiping his hands on his striped apron and watching Pete Burns climb fatly into his police car. "Hey, Pete," he called, "did you hear about that siege last night over at Tempe?" "You bet. We had to put up roadblocks for most of the night." "What do you know about that?" Pete Burns put on his sunglasses and started up his engine. "What's it to you?" "I don't know, just curious." "Well, don't ask me. Read the what's-its-name, the flag." The very determined lady reporter declined to answer any questions from the police, and instead is going to publish the full story in her lousy newspaper, in episodes, would you believe, for the next 3 days. Can she do that? Isn't that obstructing justice or something? Her lawyers don't seem to think so. The Phoenix Police Department is going up the wall. Chief Ruse and then this, but she's determined, this lady. Chief Haggerty at Tempe said she was lace on the outside and barbed wire on the inside. Glidden's winner. Daniel said, "Okay, Pete, thanks for your custom. See you tomorrow?" "You bet." Pete Burns drove off, and Daniel went back into the diner. Kara was pouring coffee for 2 tired-looking truck drivers with her right hand and wiping the counter with her left. "He tell you anything?" she asked. "Well, he didn't know much. The flag girl refused to talk to the police. Instead, she's going to print her story in the newspaper." "I told you to call her,"
said Kara. "Call her and see if she'll make a deal."
"Well, okay."
Daniel went upstairs to the bedroom and eased himself back on the unmade bed. He propped the telephone onto his chest and dialed the offices of the Arizona Flag on East Van Buren Street. The newspaper had a computerized answering system, and it seemed as if today they were more than just busy. It took 5 minutes of schmaltzy music before a nasal girl's voice said, "Flag." "Oh, good morning. Listen, my name's Daniel Korvitz. I want to speak to the girl who did that Margot Schneider story. You know, the woman who had her head cut off." "Miss Kathy Forbes? I'm sorry, Miss Forbes isn't taking any calls right now." "Will you tell her this is important? I have some important information to discuss." "I'm sorry, you'll have to call back later." "Will you tell her I know about another one? Another beheading?" "Another what?" "Beheading. You know what beheading is." "You mean beheading? Another beheading?" "Yeah, that's what I said." "Will you hold on, please?" There was another lengthy wait. Daniel was almost tempted to hang up, to forget about the whole frightening and ridiculous business, to pack up his case and take Kara and Susie and spend the rest of his life in Chicago or Denver or New Orleans, grow a beard, wear dark glasses, and never speak about missiles or Willie or headless bodies ever again. But then the schmaltzy music abruptly stopped, and a sharp woman's voice said, "Mr. Korvitz?" "Korvitz. This is Kathy Forbes. My secretary tells me you know something about another homicide." "That's right." "Have you told the police?" "No, and I don't think I'm going to either." "Why not?" "Is this some kind of a hoax? I'm a little tired of hoaxers this morning, thank you." "No hoax, Miss Forbes," said Daniel. "Just listen to me for 1 minute, and 1 minute only, and hear what I have to say. And if you think it's a hoax, you can hang up and never worry about it again. But I don't think you're going to, because nobody could invent anything like this, Miss Forbes, any more than anybody could invent what happened to you." He didn't actually know what had happened to Kathy Forbes, except that her captors had tortured her. But it was enough of a line to keep her attention, while he told her all about Willie and his radar signature theories, and all about Ronald Reagan Kinishba and what had happened at Williams Air Force Base. He even told her about Ronald's eyes, and then she believed him. He could hear it in the tone of her voice. "You think there's some sort of a conspiracy, Mr. Korvitz?" "I don't know. What do you think?" "Meet me. We'll talk about it." "At your office?" "No, that would be too conspicuous." "You're out at Apache Junction, right?" "That's right. But if you came out here, somebody would be bound to notice. We notice strangers around here." "There is a movie ranch out there, isn't there? Apache Land? Why not meet me there, say at 3 o'clock? Carry a copy of the Flag or something. I'll know you." "Okay," agreed Daniel. 3 o'clock, under the gallows." He hung up the phone and went downstairs again. Susie was buckling up her school sandals, and Kara was helping Mr. Copperwass with the morning's dishes. "Why are you being so good to me?" Daniel asked Kara, with false jollity, patting her tight-bottomed shorts and kissing her ear. "You should have a wife like this," said Mrs. Copperwass pointedly. "I did once," said Daniel. He poured himself another cup of coffee and stood drinking it, staring out of the window. Then he turned to see Kara looking at him, hurt, and he said, "I'm sorry. That was a crappy thing to say. I'm worried, that's all." "You called her?" He nodded. "I am meeting her at 3, out at Apache Land." "What does she want to do? Play cowboys and Indians?" Daniel put down his coffee cup and shrugged. "I'm beginning to think that cowboys and Indians is what this is all about, except that we're the ones who stand to get scalped." Susie said, "Can I come? It's ages since I went to Apache Land." "You've got to get yourself to school," Daniel insisted. "You think I want some kind of half-educated moroness for a daughter? What's a moroness? You don't know? Then that's what you are." It was a busy day at the diner.
with a constant traffic of travelers and truck drivers stopping in for beer and shakes, and Daniel's special 3-deck down-home burger with mushroom sauce. Daniel was edgy and didn't feel like talking too much. Kara made up for his reticence by bouncing around in one of her tightest T-shirts and flirting with every truck driver who stopped by. "Nice place you've got here," remarked a tattooed gas truck driver from Idaho. "The help sure looks good. Tastier than the burgers." In the kitchen, Daniel hissed at Kara. "Will you stop jiggling your jug so much? You'll get us closed down for indecency." "Jealous?" grinned Kara. Daniel shrugged and pouted. Kara reached over and kissed him, first on the cheek and then on the mouth. "Don't be," she said. "As long as I'm with you, I'm with you." "And that sounds like a bad country and western song," Daniel complained, and then squeezed her close and laughed. He didn't feel like laughing. He kept imagining Ronald's eyeballs sliding down that chicken wire fence like some glutinous nightmare by Salvador Dali. At 2:45, Daniel left Kara in charge of the diner and drove off eastwards in his beaten-up car towards Apacheland. The heat was so intense now that the Superstition Mountains rippled and wavered in the distance, and the car's air conditioning spluttered as unhappily as a run-over turkey. 2 U.S. Air Force jets thundered and scratched their way across the sky, and Daniel thought of Willie too, as well as Ronald, and the feeling of dark, unexplained coincidence began to disturb him even more deeply than it had before. "It's a 1 in a million flaw," Willie had said. "A 1 in a million flaw, and I discovered it." God, Willie, if only you hadn't. Apacheland was at the end of a half-mile track between Highway 60 and the foothills of the Superstition Mountains. Daniel's car stirred up a high trail of ochre dust as he drove between the brush and the stunned saguaro, and his suspension jolted in every pothole. Then he turned into the parking lot, and there it was, an old-style western town with a fort-like entrance, the background for scores of cowboy movies, and now a tourist attraction for anyone who wanted to remember what an American community was like before inside sanitation and freeze-dried coffee. The main street sloped upwards, towards the marshal's office and the livery stables. Outside the saloon, 2 actors dressed as old-time prospectors were staging a mock gunfight for the benefit of a small crowd of tourists, and the afternoon popped with blanks. There was laughter and applause as one of the actors fell back in the dust with his legs sticking up in the air. "I live in a country that finds death hilariously funny," thought Daniel, and then told himself not to be so morbid. For God's sake, don't be so morbid. She was waiting for him, as she had promised, under the gallows. She was sitting on the sun-warped steps, and the shadow from the noose swung slowly from side to side, across her face. She was wearing large rose-tinted sunglasses and a seersucker dress with puffed sleeves, pale color of arrowroot. In case there was any mistake, she carried a freshly printed copy of the flag. "Mr. Korvitz," she said as he approached. "Hi," said Daniel, and shook her hand. "Just in case you aren't quite what you claim you are, I brought a friend along," said Kathy. She nodded towards the livery stable, where a heavily built man in a loud plaid coat was waiting, his hands in his pockets, steadfastly chewing gum. "My editor insisted." Daniel made a face. "That's understandable. You want to tell me who you are and what you know?" "Well, I'm not anybody in particular. I'm nothing to do with murders or criminal syndicates or terrorists. I run a diner at Apache Junction. It's a living. And the big, terrible world usually leaves me alone. At least, it did until now." He told her everything that had happened over again, trying to remember as much of the technical detail that Willie had explained to him as he could. standing with his arms folded, his left eye screwed up against the glare of the sun, his sneaker tracing semicircles in the dust. She listened without interrupting him, without taking notes. When he had finished, she glanced towards the bodyguard she had brought with her, and then looked back at Daniel with an expression that he was unable to read. "Do you know why I refused to answer all the questions the police put to me?" she asked. Daniel shook his head. "Our local deputy thinks it's because you wanted to keep the story exclusive to the flag. But if that wasn't the reason, then no, I don't know." "I didn't answer their questions because I was scared to. If an agent of the National Security Agency was all mixed up in this, why not the police? And if I were to tell them what I knew, or at least what I'd guessed?" "What did you guess? What are you trying to tell me?" Kathy took off her sunglasses and folded them up. There was a slight reddish bruise under one of her eyes. "Maybe I'm going off my head," she said. "Maybe that kidnap got to my psyche, you know. They always say that kidnap victims begin to have delusions after a while. It's something to do with having to rely on somebody else for everything. Food, water, communication with the outside world, life itself. I wouldn't have thought you were kidnapped for long enough." "No," said Kathy, "nor would I. Maybe I'm suffering from plain old paranoia instead. Maybe I'm getting to be like one of those old ladies who always keeps the plugs in the wash basin because she thinks that the utility company is spying on her through the waste pipe." Daniel said, "What are you trying to tell me? You're trying to tell me that you think some kind of conspiracy is going on? That the National Security Council and the police and the Air Force are all mixed up in it? Is that it? And you don't want to tell anybody in case they start thinking you've lost your marbles?" Kathy looked up at Daniel and took a deep breath, as if she were desperately anxious to say yes, but couldn't quite manage it. Daniel sniffed and wiped sweat from his chin with his sleeve. "If it's any consolation, I feel exactly the same way," he told her. "First, there was Willie and his missiles. Then there was Ronald. Then Margot Schneider and Skelet. That was his name, Skelet. And that police chief who got killed in Phoenix. And the guy who blew himself up in Tempe. Normally, you'd think they were separate, unconnected incidents, right? One of those weird runs of violence you sometimes get in the summer when it gets too hot and everybody goes bananas. But somehow it's different. All of this. It seems to have a peculiar kind of logic behind it. It seems to have a meaning." Kathy said, "Thank God." "Thank God for what?" asked Daniel. "Thank God that somebody else believes that there's a conspiracy. Mr. Korvitz, you've made me feel sane for the first time in days." "Wait a minute. You may not be. Maybe I'm crazy too." "Crazy people very seldom agree. Besides, look, sit down and see what you think of this." Daniel sat down beside her on the edge of the gallows platform, and she opened her buff leather pocketbook and took out a dark Xeroxed copy of a Polaroid photograph. "It's kind of blurry," she said. "I wanted to make some proper photographic copies, but Skelet's people broke into my apartment and stole the original before I could get them done. All the same, you can see who it is." "Well, for sure. This is a picture of President Kennedy. Why should they want to steal a picture of President Kennedy? They could get one anywhere." Not this picture of President Kennedy. This is the only one there is. This shows President Kennedy sitting beside Marilyn Monroe's swimming pool in Brentwood, Los Angeles. Late summer of '61, I'd guess, or maybe spring of '62. Well, come on. Everybody knows that Jack and Bobby Kennedy were both seeing her. I mean, that's common knowledge, isn't it? Oh, yes. But where do you think I found this picture? Tucked in amongst Margot Schneider's possessions, the day after she was murdered, before the police had a chance to go through them. I'm still not sure why I took it. Maybe it struck me as kind of peculiar. You know, that an Air Force widow living in Phoenix should have an original Polaroid of President Kennedy.
I thought maybe there was some kind of interesting angle, some warm, human woman who met the president's story. But Skellett sure jolted me out of that. "Tell me," said Daniel, "come on. If you can't trust the guy who runs Daniel's Down-Home Diner in Apache Junction, Arizona, you can't trust anybody." "Well," shrugged Kathy, "maybe I can't. But when I took the Polaroid home, the night after I'd found it, I got to thinking, why did Margot Schneider have this picture among her private possessions? You can't read it here on the Xerox, but it says on the photograph, 2N, special memories from P. I thought P could have been president, and maybe N could have been Norma Jean. I guess that makes sense. Surely. But what was Margot Schneider's reason for having this picture? She didn't collect pictures of President Kennedy or anything like that. This was the only one. It didn't seem like she collected movie memorabilia either. There were a few reviews of the Misfits along with the picture, but not much else. It could have been a one-off souvenir, something she found, something she bought at one of those stores that sell old political campaign buttons. Photographs came into people's possession in the oddest ways. My aunt used to have a family snapshot of Harry Truman. I think she found it in a bus station wastebasket. Daniel gave her a long, expectant look. He began to realize what she was going to say next, and why she was hesitating. The simplest of all reasons for Margot Schneider owning the Polaroid carried the looniest of all implications. And once they spoke the lunacy out loud, they were going to have to accept that recorded history and political logic had for years been standing on their heads. Kathy said, with a slight catch in her throat, "Then, of course, I had to consider the most obvious reason. Margot Schneider owned the picture because it belonged to her, because it had been given to her by President Kennedy. Maybe she had taken it herself. She was supposed to be an Air Force widow. So what had she been doing in Hollywood taking Polaroids of President Kennedy?" Exactly. She was supposed to be an Air Force widow, a normal middle-aged lady living on a military pension, leading a routine, unexceptional life. But she had no social security card that anybody could find. There were no pictures of her anywhere, not even in the files at Luke Air Force Base, where her husband used to fly from. And for no apparent motive, she was murdered by an unknown man or woman in the most gruesome way you can think of. She wasn't raped, and she wasn't robbed. Her head was removed so that nobody could identify her. And within 24 hours, the National Security Agency sent an agent down to remove the rest of her too. An agent who had carte blanche to kill anybody he liked, just so long as he got the body back. Why didn't the guy who killed her take the body in the first place? Daniel wanted to know. He could have. He could have dumped her in the desert somewhere, and nobody would have found her for years, if at all. I thought about that too. But if Margot Schneider had simply disappeared without trace, the police would have started making much more intensive inquiries into her background. Where she came from, who her relatives were, that kind of thing, instead of accepting the apparent fact that here was poor Mrs. Margot Schneider, and here she was, dead. Kathy paused, and then she said, "She was the right age. She had the right kind of physique, and the police found hairs in the bathroom wash basin which corresponded with her natural hair color before she bleached it. There was a circular mark on the back of her right arm, too." You really believe it was possible? I mean, you really believe it was her? I'm what, 75% sure of it? 80%? Why else did Skellett react so violently when I asked him if she was connected with Cuba? I couldn't fit the bricks together, but I could tell that they all came out of the same box. Kennedy, Monroe, Margot Schneider. If Margot Schneider hadn't been Marilyn Monroe, why would Skellett have bothered to torture me? He tried to tell me that Margot Schneider was part of a Soviet spy ring or something like that, but he completely failed to explain why the very mention of Cuba in connection with Margot Schneider was enough to make him speed through Phoenix at 90 miles an hour, kill 2 cops, and then behave like a medieval torturer. And I can tell you something. Whatever Skellett knows about Margot Schneider or Marilyn Monroe, it was sufficiently devastating to make it worthwhile blowing one of his own men into tiny little pieces just to help him get away.
Daniel said, "Why did you ask him about Cuba?"
No particular reason. Reporter's nose for trouble, I guess. It was the biggest political storm that was brewing at the time in 1962. I just took a shot at it. I've been reading through most of the books on Marilyn Monroe's death and trying to form some opinions about the various theories on why she died and how. And I couldn't find any idea that was actually solid enough, actually concrete enough, either to justify somebody killing her or to justify her going into hiding in Arizona for the rest of her life. Didn't somebody once say that she was killed by agents of the Communist Party because she was threatening to expose Bobby's plans to legalize a whole lot of left-wing political organizations?
Kathy Forbes shook her head.
There are scores of theories, most of them cranky. Hardly any of them stand up to the simple test of asking yourself, would Marilyn Monroe really have done that? She wasn't a politically active person. Neither was she vengeful. No, it's my view that she simply overheard too much from Jack and Bobby, listened to one too many of their political problems, and one day they realized that she knew so much about one particular political problem that her life could be in danger. Their lives were in danger too, as we know from what happened in November 1963 and in June 1968, and it makes much more sense to me that all 3 of them, Marilyn, Jack, and Bobby, were under threat from the same people, Skellett's people, whoever they are.
She replaced her sunglasses, and then she said,
Whether Marilyn died in 1962 or not, and I really believe now that she didn't, she was killed because of something she knew that was crucially important, and as far as I could judge, Cuba was the only crisis big enough. What's more, if Margot Schneider really was Marilyn Monroe, the crisis was long-lasting enough to make it worthwhile somebody murdering her after 20 years. Now, which crisis can you think of that Jack and Bobby were faced with which is still going on today? Which crisis could still harbor a secret dangerous enough to kill people for? The Mafia, possibly. Spies, not likely. No, I chose Cuba, and Skellett's reaction proved me right. Now there's Willie, said Daniel. Where do you think he fits in? I don't know, said Kathy. I've been swiveling the whole thing around in my mind like a Rubik's Cube ever since you telephoned me this morning.
I never could solve Rubik's Cube. Well, I've only done it 5 times. But let's try some theories out and see if they fit. Or half fit, at least. The first thing we know for sure is that your friend Willie was killed in a very similar way to Margot Schneider, in the same general locality, within 3 days. And the method of killing was sufficiently unusual to make it quite likely that he was killed by the same individual. I mean, you don't get too many flexible saw murderers. Daniel wiped sweat from his face. I could use a beer, he said. Do you think we could continue this discussion down at the saloon? Sure, Kathy nodded. Do you mind if my friend comes along? He looks tough, but actually he's very harmless. That's what they all say, Daniel remarked, and then wondered if he had sounded too macho. 21. They sat at a dark corner table, drinking beer by the neck, while the local cowpokes entertained the tourists with gun trolling and pretended drunkenness. Kathy's heavyweight bodyguard dragged his chair back a few feet out of earshot and tossed peanuts into his mouth by the monotonous handful. The buxom girl behind the bar gave him a sassy wink or two, but he remained expressionless and unmoved. Kathy said to Daniel, I have about 4 main theories why Willie Monahan was killed by the same man who killed Marilyn Monroe. None of them may be completely right. For instance,
We have to allow that he may have been disposed of by somebody at Williams AFB, who cut his head off in the same way as Marilyn's, for no other reason except to throw us off the trail. The two homicides might be completely unconnected, but my feeling is that if the murderer wanted people to think that both murders were committed by the same individual, when in actual fact they weren't, then he or she wouldn't have kept Willie's death such a secret. Whoever killed Willie didn't particularly want anyone to know what had happened to him, unless they were devious enough to make it all seem like a mystery, so that anyone who had actually twigged what was going on, like you and Ronald Kanishba, would be flushed out into the open. Maybe that's too devious. I don't know.
It wasn't difficult for me to get into the airbase mortuary, said Daniel. Getting out was the tough bit.
Well, that's something to bear in mind, agreed Kathy. Now, we have to think what Marilyn Monroe could possibly have known about Cuba related to what your friend Willie Monahan had learned about the missiles at Williams AFB. So let's shift the Rubik's Cube around and see what we come up with. Monroe, Kennedy, Cuba, missiles. Nuclear missiles were the principal point of contention in the Cuban crisis of 1962. So, maybe what Willie Moynihan discovered was something to do with a disarmament agreement that was reached between Kennedy and Khrushchev. We all know about the Treaty of July 25, 1963, which prohibited all nuclear tests except those conducted underground. And that was a direct result of the crisis over Cuba. But maybe there were other agreements, service agreements which only a few people ever got to hear about. You mean those missiles that Willie discovered weren't ever supposed to work against Soviet planes? That Kennedy might have agreed with Khrushchev that U.S. planes wouldn't be able to shoot down any Soviet aircraft? Well, it's a theory, but surely subsequent presidents would have done something about it. I can't see Marshal Roberts allowing U.S. fighter planes to fly around with useless weapons. A couple of years ago, I couldn't see Marshal Roberts agreeing to the ring talks. Daniel sat silent for a moment, then took another swallow of cold beer. It seems incredible. That's what I thought. But the more I went over the idea, the more I rearranged it in my mind, the more sense it seemed to make. That could be dangerous, of course. Journalistic theories have a habit of fitting all the known facts and still remaining preposterously untrue. But if there had been a number of secret nuclear agreements between Kennedy and Khrushchev, if the price of getting the Russians to take their missiles out of Cuba and back to Russia had been much higher than the rest of us poor suckers were led to believe at the time, then Marilyn Monroe's murder would begin to make sense. So would Willie's, and so would Jack and Robert Kennedy's. Skelet's behavior still seems a little peculiar, to say the least. I don't know why he had to make such a three-ring circus out of recovering Marilyn's body when she was already safely dead. All he did was draw everybody's attention to the murder, when it could easily have remained as another one of those nasty unsolved mysteries, forever and ever. But maybe we'll find that out later. You don't think we ought to go to the police? Asked Daniel. No, sir. If even one half of this bears any relation to the real facts, then we're dealing with some very heavy people indeed. And the fewer people who know what we know, the better. I don't fancy very much being beheaded, do you? I thought you were going to publish the whole inside story in the Flag. All I'm going to publish in the Flag, Mr. Korvitz, is my kidnap ordeal by Kathy Forbes, with all the salacious details of what they tried to do to me. I haven't told anyone about my Marilyn Monroe theory yet, except you and Skelet, and that was only because Skelet tortured me. I really think it's too early, and it's too damned dangerous. Unless, of course, you're one of Skelet's agents, in which case you're probably going to take me out right now and string me up from the town gallows. Daniel finished his beer. What do you think we can do? Any ideas? Any sane ideas? Maybe it's best if we don't do anything. Pretend it never happened.
I mean, what possible effect can you and I have on the history of the entire world? Are you kidding? Asked Kathy. If Kennedy made a secret disarmament deal with Khrushchev that U.S. missiles should be totally ineffective against Soviet airplanes, and if President Roberts is still sticking to the terms of that agreement today, you know what a news story that would be? We'd be famous forever and rich. You want to run a diner all your life? I want to stay alive for all my life, that's all. Kathy said briskly, Well, it's up to you. I've got to investigate it, because it's my job. My instinct, too. If you don't want to help me, well, that's it. Don't help me. But I'll have to make you promise not to blow the story to any other newspaper. I think after what I've been through, I'm entitled to an exclusive, don't you? You're really going to start poking your nose around in this? You're serious? After the way they've been killing people off, blowing people up, sticking goddamned needles in you? Mr. Korvitz, please, Daniel. Daniel, I have to. It's my vocation. This is the kind of break that every newspaper reporter has dreams about. So what are you going to do? First of all, I'm going to Los Angeles. I want to talk to as many people as I can who saw Marilyn Monroe in the last few days of her life, and particularly on the night of her alleged death. I want to talk to the mortician who laid her out, and everybody who saw her body. If there's even the slightest suggestion that the body they buried at Westwood isn't Marilyn, well then, we'll know that we're onto something. Daniel rubbed his eyes tiredly. It would be easier, you know, if it didn't all sound so goddamned far-fetched. Mr. Korvitz, Daniel, the whole trouble is that it isn't far-fetched. It's actually less far-fetched than all the accepted historical explanations about Marilyn Monroe, and the Kennedys, and the Cuban Missile Crisis. It fits the facts better, and it could account for all kinds of apparently inexplicable trends in the way that this country has been governed for the past 20 years. If you say so, said Daniel, unconvinced. Let me spend some time in Los Angeles, and then get back to you, said Kathy. Maybe we can talk it over again. All right, Daniel agreed. Suddenly it didn't seem so important to find out why Willie had died, or how. Suddenly it seemed more important that Willie should be left to rest in peace, and not have his sleep troubled by distant rumbles of thunder from 1962. Daniel had heard how violent thunderstorms could bring corpses rising out of the fresh earth in country graveyards, as well as cause women to miscarry and milk to turn sour. They said goodbye to each other in the dusty parking lot. Daniel was fairly sure that he would never see her again. This snappy and over-enthusiastic lady reporter, although he would probably take the trouble to read her story in the Arizona Flag and follow her investigations into the Cuban Missile Crisis. He shook hands with her politely and went back to his car. He sat down behind the steering wheel and sorted through his keys, and didn't know why he felt so down. He was just about to start up the engine when Kathy came across again and leaned into the open passenger window. You know what you're feeling now, don't you? She asked him. He didn't answer. He didn't know what to say. You're feeling fear, that's what, she told him. And you want to know something? I respect you for it. It means you've got enough imagination to recognize that what I'm saying to you is true, or it could be. I know you've got a little girl, Daniel. I know you're the kind of guy who wants to be left alone. But just remember, you had enough guts to break into that airbase to find out what had happened to Willie. And you had enough guts to come here and talk to me about it. Daniel said, You're the second person today to tell me how gutsy I am. I'm beginning to feel like Audie Murphy. I'll be in touch, okay? Said Kathy, and left him. He shrugged to himself and started up his car. The engine coughed, backfired loudly, and died away with a whine like a broken washing machine. Kathy, who had been halfway back to her own car, walked over again and looked in at the passenger window. You don't happen to need a ride? She asked him. As they drove back to Apache Junction, they began to relax with each other. Kathy told Daniel how she had gone to California and then come back to make her name on the flag. "I thought I was going to win the Pulitzer Prize the first year I was there." Daniel told her about Candy and Susie and about the attractions of living a simple and uncomplicated life in the shadow of the Superstition Mountains. "Are you afraid of life? Afraid of success, or what?" asked Kathy. "I'm not being rude. It's just that you seem to want things out of life that don't actually exist, like women out of country and Western fantasies, and complete peace and quiet." "There isn't any such thing as complete peace and quiet. Life will never leave you alone. And all the women I've ever met who look like country and Western fantasies are pretty as cotton candy on the outside and hard as reinforced concrete on the inside." Daniel said, "I don't lack confidence, I can tell you that. I don't lack determination either. But I look around me and begin to wonder what all that confidence and determination is going to bring me. Money? I'm eating okay. Happiness? I've got my daughter and my occasional girlfriends. Fame? I'm famous with the people who know me. You may think I'm backing off, opting out, but I don't seriously think so. What I want is what I've got. And I think the real strength comes in saying to yourself, that's it, I'm happy." "The trouble is," said Kathy, "I don't believe that you are." They drew up in front of Daniel's down-home diner. Kathy said, "I noticed this place on the way out here. Do you think you could spare us a cup of coffee and a muffin maybe? Neither of us had time for lunch." Daniel hesitated, and Kathy said, "You could send the check to my paper. They'll pay you." Daniel grinned. "Come on in," he said. "I think I can just about afford to treat you." But the second that Daniel walked into the place, he realized there was something wrong. Pete Burns was in there, and 2 highway patrol officers, and 3 or 4 other regular customers, but none of them was eating. Then he saw Kara's legs on the floor, in between the chair legs, and he felt as if everything was suddenly rushing in to meet him with the velocity of a locomotive. Faces, chairs, tables, walls, and Pete Burns was turning to say something with an expression which he knew in that first explosive instant meant bad news. "There were 2 guys. They came in here about a half hour ago. Neil says they asked for you." "She's not dead, Daniel. Daniel, she's not dead, okay? She's going to be fine. They hurt her a little, that's all. But the doc put her under a sedative, and she's fine. Listen, will you calm down?" "They asked for you by name. That's what Neil says. Jimmy here heard them too. They said, 'Where's Daniel Korvitz?' And when Kara said you were out, and she didn't know where, they started pushing her around, you know. One of them hit her with something. Nobody saw what it was, but it lacerated her face and her shoulder. Maybe a broken bottle. The ambulance is coming anyway. The thing is, Daniel..." Daniel stared at them blurrily. Somebody jostled against him, and he turned around. But then Pete Burns said, "The thing is, Daniel, Susie was coming home from school right then." "Susie? Well, it was pretty bad luck. A couple of minutes later, and she would have missed them completely. But they were just leaving, and the school bus turned up, and when she came into the diner and said, 'Where's my daddy?' Don't know what the hell they hit her with. Will you look at those cuts?" "Pete, what happened? Where's Susie?" "Daniel, I'm real sorry about this. I was only about 30 seconds away from here myself. It was bad luck, that's all. You know what I mean? A crappy combination of circumstances." Charlie McEvers said in his gravelly gold prospector's voice, "She's kidnapped, Daniel. That's the meat of it. They just picked her up and carried her out, and there wasn't a damn thing that any of us could do about it." Daniel looked around. By the door, Kathy Forbes was watching him with sympathy and pain. "There isn't any such thing as complete peace and quiet. Life will never leave you alone." Somebody brought Daniel a chair, and he sat down. He kept saying to Pete Burns, "You gotta find her. You understand? I want her found, and by God, if anybody touches 1 hair of her head, I'm gonna kill them. I warn you now, Pete, I'm gonna kill them stone dead." "Sure, Daniel. Nobody blames you."
The ambulance arrived outside, its siren moaning in the afternoon heat. The medics lifted Kara onto a stretcher and carried her past Daniel as if she were just another victim of the disaster he called his life. She was deeply sedated, her eyes closed, her mouth open, but Daniel could clearly see the rows of parallel lash marks that lacerated her cheek and her collarbone. She looked almost as if she had been clawed by a tiger. Pete Burns said to Daniel, "How about some coffee? A shot of brandy, maybe?" Daniel shook his head. "You don't know what these guys wanted, do you?" asked Pete. "What I'm trying to get at is this. What would they want from you?" "I don't know," said Daniel. "I don't have any idea. I sure don't have any money worth speaking of." "Well, you haven't been threatened recently. No mafiosi hanging around. Sometimes somebody's Sicilian brother wants to open a liquor store or a restaurant, and then everybody around gets leaned on just to make sure that nobody objects." "Nothing like that," said Daniel. Kathy came up and laid her hand on his shoulder. "Are you okay?" she asked him. "Is there anything I can do?" One of the customers was saying, "Kind of skinny guy, one of them, but the other was big, real gorilla, with a red birthmark." Daniel raised his eyes and looked at Kathy with angry intensity. "Skellet," she whispered, and Daniel nodded, and for the first time in his life, he felt like killing a man. 22. She met Ikon in a private dining room on the 6th floor. He rarely went out these days, even though he still harbored a longing for the Sol Folie Zarine at the Montpellier restaurant on 15th and M. He had grown old, in a particularly Russian way, as if all the gravity to which his thick-set body had been subjected in the 82 years of his life had cumulatively dragged him down, pouching his eyes and jowling his chin and spreading his stomach until it pressed against the rim of his antique dining table. He spoke thickly and took frequent sips of the rare Takaj wine, which was specially imported for him from Hungary. In the dark, densely carpeted room, with the drapes drawn so closely that only a tall, two-dimensional triangle of summer sunlight could penetrate, he looked like one of the decaying provincial gentry from Mikhail Saltykov's novel The Galavlev Family. "You looked tired," she told him, as she squeezed lemon on his Sevruga caviar. "Well," said Ikon, "I am tired. Those who have to struggle will always have to pay the price." "As long as you can carry on for 2 or 3 months, long enough for Marshal Roberts to get the rink talks restarted." Ikon shrugged heavily and reached for one of the small buckwheat pancakes which were always served to him with his caviar. He spread the sturgeon's eggs as thick as a child would spread bread with peanut butter, and then ladled sour cream on top and took a quick and unexpectedly avaricious mouthful. "Marshal had better act soon, otherwise he may very well sink both of us." "He's doing his best, but you can understand what a difficult situation he's in." "Of course," said Ikon, wiping his mouth with his napkin. "But he is the president, yet, and the president should be capable of dealing with any problem which confronts him. That is what presidents are for." "Your English improves every day," smiled Nadine. Said Ikon. "I never get out as much as I should. I should go to parties and receptions. I am beginning to speak like an American television anchorman. I even understand what what's coming down means. Now there's a colloquial rarity for you. What's coming down? In Russia, we would say, what is it that flows this way?" "Did you see the doctor?" asked Nadine. Ikon looked at her with unconcealed fondness. In all the years he had been in Washington, in all the days and nights he had lived in this building, he had never come across anyone so alive and so determined as Nadine. He had never come across a woman who combined
so successfully the values of Leninism with the enthusiasm of the modern age. If only he were 40 years younger. If only he could show her what he had been like in his pre-war days, as one of the udarniki, the shock workers, or as a political commissar during the war. She was such an ideal, sexual woman, tall and proud and intelligent, the sort of woman who could look any man commandingly in the eye. "The doctor," he said, "the doctor is as pessimistic as ever. I believe that all doctors are born pessimists, or perhaps all pessimists become doctors. In any case, my leukemia is as virulent as ever, and I shall be lucky to see next May Day." "Nikolai Nekrasov," said Nadine, and reached out her hand. Ikon touched her fingers with his, and then withdrew them. "You must eat. Enjoy yourself," he told her. "Your problems will come next, and there will be many." "My problems have already started. Titus has warned Marshall that if he persists with Rank 2, then all this business with Colleen Petley will be made public immediately. He's given Marshall a little time to think it over. First of all, he gave him only an hour. Now he's agreed to give him a day. But that day will be over in an hour or so, and believe me, Titus is serious." "That was always Titus's trouble, wasn't it?" remarked Ikon, spreading more caviar. "So serious. It will lead to his downfall, you know." Nadine put down her knife. "I'm waiting for your instructions. You know that, don't you?" "Well," said Ikon, "it seems as if there is only one course open to us. The ring talks must continue. Otherwise, everything we have been working for will collapse. I know that gradualism is tedious. I know how much the young administrators chomp at their bits for progress. But only gradualism will lead the American people towards an eventual understanding of their true situation without bloodshed, or riot, or civic resistance. Can you imagine what would happen if you told them now? The country would burn from end to end. There would be fighting, barricades, organized resistance. Thousands of people would die. And this is in the 1980s, when people are supposed to have become far more liberal and understanding. You can just picture what would have happened if they had known about it in 1962. Nadine said, "What do you want me to do?" Ikon stared into his glass. His shaggy eyebrows reminded Nadine of a thoughtful bear. He said, "Colleen Petley will have to go, that is all. Can you arrange for it? And the chambermaid at the Futura Hotel. She will have to go too." "You want me to?" "Nobody else can get close enough without arousing suspicion. Besides, I have the ideal method." Nadine laid her caviar spoon onto her serving plate. "You're quite sure? You want me to kill her?" Ikon placed a finger over his lips and said, "Shh, we don't usually mention such subjects here. Not disposal. Not in such terms." "How do you expect me to do it?" "It will be very easy. You will simply tell Miss Petley that she has to have an injection against influenza so that there is no risk of her being unwell when the congressional hearing is convened. The dose of medicine which you inject into her arm or her buttock will look like this." Ikon held up a small glass vial of straw-colored fluid and then laid it carefully on the vine-leaf ashtray. "It is a mixture of water, simple sugars, and a single drop of hydrocyanic acid. Death will be almost instantaneous. Seizure of the heart." Nadine stared at him, the old Slavic mask off his face. He could have been made out of latex rubber, like Yoda or E.T. He had asked her to perform many strange and disagreeable tasks in the past. Out of all of them, courting and marrying Titus Alexander had probably been the most complex and the most self-sacrificing.
but he had never required her to kill anyone before, and it was particularly unnerving that he should have asked her to kill Colleen Petley, the first woman in years with whom she had formed a warm and immediate sexual relationship. She had dreamed of Colleen when she had been making love with Titus. She had dreamed of plunging her tongue into Colleen's salt and sugary cleft. She had dreamed of kissing Colleen's breasts. Now, he was asking her to kill Colleen's body stone cold, with the most lethal poison known to man. "I can see that I have disturbed you," said Ikon. Nadine pushed back her plate of caviar and stood up. She walked to the window and looked out through the inch-wide gap in the drapes, her face unnaturally illuminated by the single shaft of sunlight which fell through it into the room. "You shrink from the thought of killing for your country?" asked Ikon. He took another mouthful of pancake and sour cream. "Soldiers are required to do it as a matter of course, yet nobody thinks that what soldiers have to do is disturbing or exceptional." Colleen Petley is different," said Nadine. "It's difficult for me to think of her as an enemy." "She is an enemy nevertheless. She is worse than an enemy. She could have remained neutral, and yet she was prepared to sell her information for money." That, Nikolai Nekrasov, is what a girl like Colleen Petley would call turning an honest buck. "You're refusing?" asked Ikon, and there was a rumble of displeasure in his voice. Nadine turned back towards him. She wore today one of the softest of Bill Blass ensembles, a black watered silk blouse with wide sleeves and a narrow tailored waist, and a canary yellow taffeta skirt, and for a moment Ikon would have forgiven her anything, absolved her from any kind of duty or duress. But the times were too threatening. Everybody had to be used to keep the Peredoviki from taking over once Ikon himself had gone. Everything had to be sacrificed to keep the world in political balance for at least a generation longer, and that meant love and self-indulgence and kindness itself. "You are kind," he had read in the works of the American poet Gregory Corso, "because you lead a kind life." Ikon knew that he had never led a kind life. "There was a time," said Ikon, without waiting for Nadine to reply, "there was a time when I too was in love with a member of my own sex. It was in 1937, when I was working for Golaro, the State Commission for the Electrification of Russia. We were building a new power station at Saratov, in the Provolskaya Vozvyasenost. We were shock workers, you understand. Young men who backed their belief in communism with intensively hard work, 7 days a week, 12 or 13 hours a day. We could build in a month a factory that these days it would take a year to complete. Well, there was a fellow there, a bricklayer, and for some reason I fell in love with him. He was devastatingly handsome, muscular, and yet innocent too. What he could have done in Hollywood. One day after we had finished a record day of building, we went to bed together, almost completely exhausted, he and I, and made love. Yes, sodomized each other, but with pride and fellowship and the genuine affection of two men who have worked side by side for the same political and industrial ideal." Ikon was silent for a little while and drummed his fingertips on the white damask tablecloth. Then he said, "I understand, you see, what you may be feeling about Colleen Petley." "You don't know anything about me and Colleen Petley." "I don't know," Ikon admitted, "but I have known for some years about the affair you had with Charlotte Kane, and I recognize the look you have. You have the look of being infatuated. Not in love, maybe, but infatuated, and I know for sure that it cannot be Titus." "You've grown far too American," Nadine complained. "Do you know that? You're so American, I can't believe it."
You will still do what I ask with Colleen Petley."
"You mean murder her?" Ikon raised his finger to his lips again, a reminder that here, in the hushest and darkest of the rooms of power, such words as death and killing and disposal were never spoken out loud. It was an indulgence that Nadine should even be allowed to eat here and to speak to Ikon in person. It was a special favor that she should be allowed to address him by his name, Nikolai Nekrasov, the first 4 letters of which had been twisted around to form his code name, Ikon. Everybody else in the building had to call him Premier Ikon. It was a typically ironic Russian joke that the foremost representative of communism in the Western Hemisphere should be named after a symbol of religious veneration, and that a man of such stoutness should be associated with works of art which were traditionally two-dimensional. Nadine said, "Has it occurred to you that you might be asking too much of me?"
"I am dying," Ikon told her. "I can ask as much as I like of anybody. Do you want to see the Peretoviki tear down everything for which I have worked? Do you want to see bloodshed and chaos? I was not sent here to preside over the wholesale destruction of the United States. I was sent here to maintain the balance, to keep the world intact. One life, even if it happens to be the life of the woman you love, is never going to be worth as much as that."
"Did you hear what happened in Arizona?" Nadine asked him.
"Oh, yes,"
nodded Ikon.
"And have no fear. I have already spoken to Kama about it. Kama, of course, was polite. I was only doing what I thought fit, Comrade Ikon. I was only acting expediently, Comrade Ikon. But we should have no illusions about Kama and what he is trying to do. He is trying his very best to bring the whole supervisory committee into the open, in such a way that he is not personally blamed for the revelation. He is trying his very best to dig up old corpses and turn the world into a charnel house. But we have managed to keep him at bay for 7 years, and we can continue to keep him at bay until Rink 2 is ratified. That is, if you agree to support me and do what you have to do with Colleen Petley."
Nadine sat down on the far side of the room, on a walnut side chair. She kept her head lowered, as if she were thinking or praying. Ikon watched her, occasionally reaching for his wine or spreading more Savruga caviar on his pancakes, his breathing harsh and unpleasant, rattling in the fluid-filled recesses of his lungs. "If I don't agree to get rid of her, I suppose that you'll ask somebody else to do it."
"Of course."
"Then I think that I prefer to do it myself. At least I'll be facing up to myself and what I am and what I've done to her."
"Well, I knew that you would say yes. Why don't you sit down and finish your caviar? Do you know how much it costs these days in America? The best Savruka."
Nadine sat down at the dining table again, with a rustle of yellow taffeta. "You know something, Nikolai Nekrasov? The strange thing about you is that you're not a bad man at all. I think history may see you as a saint." Ikon wobbled his jowls in disagreement.
"Moderates are never canonized. You have to be an extremist to be a saint. You have to poke your own eyes out or set yourself alight. You know from experience that I am not that kind of a man. A fruitcake, the Americans say. I prefer to live and eat and survive and make sure that all around me do the same. Men such as me are never remembered, but we do the most good."
They finished their meal in complete silence, eating, drinking, and thinking. Then they went into the conservatory that overlooked Pennsylvania Avenue, and one of the staff put Prokofiev's The Love for 3 Orange on the stereo.
"Beautiful music,"
said Ikon, one hand thrust into the pocket of his enormous pants, the other holding a glass of strawberry vodka.
"It makes me cry sometimes because the world cannot be ordered like an opera. Life cannot be scripted or scored." "Are you afraid of Kama?" asked Nadine. "You always have a knack of asking the most direct questions." "I have to know. He may be dead by next May, but I won't." "Kama was one of Brezhnev's protégés. He has always supported Brezhnev's doctrine on polycentrism. But where Brezhnev was prepared to let the situation in the United States take an apparently natural course, not pushing too quickly, not too fast, Kama believes that we ought to announce the 16th Soviet Socialist Republic overnight. A thunder and lightning man, Kama. Sweep away the old, sweep in the new. Damn the consequences. Unfortunately, he made sure that he took control of all the executive agencies which would give him the power to enact such measures. The National Security Council, the Council of Economic Advisers, the Office of Administration. You cannot underestimate him, my dear Nadine. He is the second most powerful administrator after me, and even though I am superior to him, I cannot possibly keep him in check." So he wanted that woman's body to be identified. Of course, he must be deeply chagrined that the media have been so slow to understand what his agents were doing. All these stories of cadaver kidnapping and fanatics torture girl reporter. The American press never looked further than the first pair of breasts. No wonder Marilyn Monroe is such a heroine. Personally, I thought she was a plump little cow, fit for milking, not much else. The evening began to die. They drank more strawberry vodka, and Ikon told her about his boyhood in Zerachk on the Azostra River, in the days of the Tsar, and how he had picked cherries and lain back on the hay carts as they trundled home through the long, warm evenings of August 72 years ago. At 7 o'clock, Nadine said, "I have to go now. We have a party at the British Embassy, Sir Leonard Grosvenor." "Very well," said Ikon. He made no attempt to rise from his chair. Nadine collected her wrap and her pocketbook, and the staff saw her out to the elevator. Ikon waited for 5 minutes before he eventually eased himself up and walked with a slightly dragging step into the dining room. He went across to the table and peered into the vine-leaf ashtray, where earlier that evening he had laid the capsule of hydrocyanic acid. To his satisfaction, he saw that it was empty. 23. Titus that evening was in a wolfishly ebullient mood. As a rule, he hated going to the British Embassy. The British speak like they're carrying their rolled-up cricket socks in their cheeks. But he grasped Sir Leonard Grosvenor's hand as if he were greeting a long-lost buddy from the class of '38, and he bussed Lady Grosvenor on the cheek with an enthusiasm which led the Washington Post's social correspondent to remark that the special relationship seems to be looking up. Up, I say. Nadine didn't need to ask Titus why he was feeling so buoyant. She could guess what had happened. During the afternoon, shortly after 3 o'clock, Marshal Roberts had telephoned Titus at the State Department and reluctantly agreed to postpone Rink 2, certainly for the time being, if not indefinitely. No announcement had yet been made to the media, but Titus had insisted that the president should quickly make his acquiescence public. The White House press department were working on a statement which would satisfy both Marshall and Titus, and which wouldn't appear too sudden and too bizarre when announced to the White House press lobby. The British Embassy party was alcoholic and fatuous. There was a roar of jingoistic talk about the Falklands, and heaps of fatty roast beef, and 2 young British actresses with breasts like half-set blancmanges sat on the laps of as many long-suffering middle-aged diplomats as they could and giggled endlessly. At the end of the evening, there was an hour-long demonstration of Morris dancing, which Titus watched with the glazed expression of a man who suddenly wishes that he was at home, in bed,
and thinking back on Morris dancing rather than experiencing it firsthand. Sir Leonard Grosvenor leaned over his chair and said, "I must say, Titus, old boy, you've done such an enormous amount to keep the old je ne sais quoi Virgo intacta." "Yes," said Titus. Then, "Yes?" "Fascinating, this Morris dancing," Sir Leonard told him. "Comes from Moorish dancing, don't you know? Bells on the ankles, that kind of thing." "Yes," said Titus. On the way back to Georgetown, in the sudden frigidity of their air-conditioned Cadillac, Nadine said, "You've heard from Marshall, haven't you?" Titus, who had been rubbing his eyes, suddenly stared at her. "Yes. As a matter of fact, I have. How did you know?" "Titus, my dear, you can't fool me. Up until they started that ridiculous folk dancing, you were as chipper as 15 beavers. And only one thing that I can think of could make you feel like that." "You're right," said Titus. "Marshall called me mid-afternoon and conceded. Rink 2 is dead as a donut." There was a long silence, and then Nadine said, "Titus, I have to talk to you." "Sure. Go ahead." "Serious talk, Titus. Professional talk." "All right. Serious talk. Tell me, what is it? Your children are leaving home. That can't be true. God wouldn't smile on me twice in one day." "Titus, I want you to call Marshal Roberts tonight. Tell him it was all a mistake. You know, an error of judgment." "You want me to what?" "I want you to call Marshal Roberts tonight and—" "You want me to what?" "Titus, it's vital." "You bet your ass it's vital. Marshall was just about to concede every last strategic defense we ever had in the European theater. No neutron bombs, no ALCMs, no third-generation missiles of any kind. Have you read what he wants to do? The guy's crazy. He wants to open us up like a fucking oyster, all ready for the Soviets to swallow us down." "Titus," said Nadine with extraordinary calmness. Her hair shone intermittently in the light from the passing street lamps. "What would you say if we'd already been swallowed?" Titus sniffed and harumphed and stared at her. "What are you talking about? What do you mean, already been swallowed?" "Just that. Supposing we had." But by what? By whom? What are you talking about? Damn it, Nadine, what the hell are you talking about?" "I'm sorry, Titus, you're drunk. I didn't mean you to be drunk when I told you." "What the hell do you mean? I'm drunk? All right, I'm drunk, I admit it. But I still don't know what you're talking about. Now tell me what the hell you're talking about." "Titus, wait until we get home. Look, we'll be home in 10 minutes.
"Nadine, what the hell are you talking about, swallowed?"
"Let's wait until we get home."
"No, goddammit, we'll talk about it here." "Swallowed? What the hell are you talking about, swallowed?" "John, stop this goddamned car. Here. That's right, here. Anywhere. What the hell?" The chauffeur pulled the car into the curb on Constitution Avenue, just across the road from the lake in Constitution Gardens. It was a warm, well-lit night, one of those odd summer nights when sleep seems almost unnecessary, except at dawn, and even though it was nearly 12 o'clock, people were still promenading along the sidewalks or trying to photograph the floodlit Lincoln Memorial with Kodak Instamatics, or walking their dogs, or smoking and talking as easily as if it were daylight. Titus and Nadine walked down to the lake and stood beside the wind-rippled waters, 2 or 3 feet apart. Titus in his tuxedo and black tie, Nadine in a long pleated evening gown of turquoise crepe. Nadine said, "I knew that I was going to have to tell you this one day. Well, you would have found out anyway, if you were ever elected president. But things have changed. Events are becoming critical. It's partly your fault, of course, although you weren't to know. If you hadn't blackmailed Roberts into postponing his disarmament talks, well, perhaps we could have carried it off. But there doesn't seem to be very much hope of that now, not unless you agree to back down." "Nadine," said Titus in a phlegmy, uncontrolled voice, "I want to know what the hell you're talking about."
I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying, Titus, but it's important for you to understand as well as listen. Everything you ever imagined to be solid, irrefutable truth, every political and constitutional guideline by which you've worked, everything, Titus, that you've believed to be real, well, it just isn't. The world is a completely different place from the one in which you think you've been living. Titus glanced behind him. His Secret Service men had parked their car close up behind the limousine and were now standing 15 or 20 feet away, their heads raised as if they were blindly sniffing the air for snipers or explosives, their hands nervously perched inside their coats. "Nadine," Titus said, more soberly now, more gently. "Did anybody give you anything to snort at that party?" Nadine brushed back her hair with her hand. "You think I'm high? Is that what you think?" "I think you're talking like you're so spaced out, you're not going to come down till Thanksgiving." "Titus," she said, "it's absolutely vital that Marshall continues his rink talks." "You want to tell me why?" "You want it straight from the shoulder? The reality?" "Shoot. I'm not standing beside this fucking lake all night." "The truth is, Titus, that the United States has been administered for the past 20 years, not by Congress, not by any of its presidents, but by a committee of Soviet caretakers." She waited to see how Titus would react, but Titus said nothing, just stared at her narrowly, with one eye slightly closed, as if he were trying to focus on some very distant landmark. "In Moscow, the United States of America is actually known as the ACOA, the Autonomous Capitalist Oblast of America. The caretaking committee is made up of 30 senior Communist Party officials. You actually know quite a few of them already. Yevgeny Saratov from the United Nations delegation, Anton Sviridov from the Russian Arts Council, and the chairman of the committee is a one-time friend of Leonid Brezhnev, a man whom the Russians codenamed Ikon." Again, Nadine hesitated. Titus was giving no indication either that he understood her or that he believed her, but he said, "Go on," in a flat, toneless voice, and waited for her to continue. "Ikon has been governing America for the past 20 years, said Nadine. "Every president on the evening of his inauguration day has been told exactly what I'm telling you now. He's been told that the general style of his administration must remain true to his own character, but that everything he does, politically, economically, and militarily, must conform to Ikon's overall plan." "Yes," said Titus. Nadine crossed her arms over her breasts, as if she were cold. Quietly, she said, "Ikon, whatever you think of his Marxist beliefs, is a wise and sensitive man. He's been doing his utmost to convert America gradually towards complete social democracy, without sacrificing any of the spirit of self-determination that made America what it is, or what it was before Ikon took power. One thing that Ikon's always argued against is a sudden public revelation that America is a conquered nation. He argued against announcing it in 1962, and he's still arguing against it. His idea is that America should be allowed to prosper and grow in her own way, and that the appearance of international conflict between East and West should be kept up. That is all part of his fundamental 30-year plan. He's a socialist, you see, but he's also a social realist and a humanitarian. You must never take the struggle out of people's lives. That's what he says. Once you take away the necessity to struggle, you take away the reason to live." Titus turned towards the lake and grimaced at it, as if he were facing an ocean rather than a still, ornamental pond. Nadine said, "Everything you believe about the cause and effect of U.S. policy over the whole of the past 2 decades in every area of government is wrong. Ikon controls it all, and every policy that Ikon implements is aimed towards the gradual acceptance by the American people that they are world citizens, that the Soviet people are their friends and their comrades, and that communism is the only way in which men can be free. All men, not just a grotesquely wealthy elite.
I see, said Titus with preternatural self-control. And how has Ikon been working this social and political miracle?
Through the U.S. economy mostly, said Nadine. Ikon's been using Russia's influence on the Middle Eastern oil-producing countries, as well as Russia's leverage in the world banking system, to force the economy of the United States into a false decline. His aim has been to eat away the power base of the capitalist system and to encourage the American working man to start turning towards new political alternatives. A man can sometimes only accept the truth when he needs to.
And where does Rink come in? Cold, colder still.
Nadine said, Rink is one of the last of Ikon's long-term measures to go for nuclear disarmament. He drafted all of the SALT agreements and was pleased with them, but Rink was his special pride, especially since it won the support of so many of Europe's politicians and military men. Even General Rogers, the Supreme Allied Commander for Europe. Rink, when it's ratified, will mean the end of what NATO calls the flexible response, the notion that the West might strike with nuclear weapons first. It will also mark the beginning of unopposed Soviet superiority in Europe, and peace too, in time.
I can't believe I'm hearing any of this, said Titus.
I know it's difficult, said Nadine, but you have to listen and you have to make an effort to understand because it's crucial. You made it more crucial yourself by your own belligerence. Ikon is old now and very ill. He may not survive 6 months. At least 2 other committee members want to see him ousted, and most of the committee already believe that America should be openly declared a subject people of the USSR. Ikon wanted to preserve the United States, to keep her traditions and her folklore and her color, not to mention her sanity. Kama in particular, the commissar in charge of national security, is hungry to see the red flag flying over Washington and all the trappings of capitalism swept away in a tide of scarlet. Kama's the leader of the Peredoviki, the innovators, the revolutionaries.
Nadine went on.
If Rink succeeds, the American public may gradually be brought to believe that true mutual disarmament is not only possible, but imminent. Can you imagine the feeling of relief after 30 years of Cold War? The hope that people will feel if they realize that all nuclear weapons are at last going to be dismantled? Moscow has been impatient with Ikon on more than one occasion. They've pushed him to assert an overt communist rule over the ACOA at almost twice the historic speed at which he first planned it. He's managed by the skin of his teeth to keep control. He's managed to assure the Kremlin that Rink 1 and Rink 2 can be ratified, and that along with all his other measures, America can be safely Sovietized within the next decade.
But,
demanded Titus, but if Rink fails, the Peredoviki will almost certainly take control. Kama and Uyushkin will force Marshal Roberts to announce that America is an administrative oblast directly answerable to the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. And then all hell will break out. I promise you, Titus, all hell. We will see the H-bombs dropped yet. America will certainly melt.
Titus hunkered down on the grass and stared for a very long time at the wavering reflections of the passing promenaders and the Lincoln Memorial. One of his security men came a little closer, not too close, and called politely, "Whenever you're ready to leave, Mr. Secretary, we're kind of nervous about the security aspects around here."
Titus stood up again and cocked his head towards Nadine. Then he said,
"We're leaving now. Directly. Come along, Nadine. Let's finish this little discussion at home. They drove back to Georgetown in silence. Titus drummed his fingers on the gray hide of the Cadillac's interior and coughed from time to time, sharp, barking coughs. But he didn't look once at Nadine and wouldn't respond to her, even when she said, "Titus, are you okay?" In the living room, Carl and Samantha had spread their record albums all over the floor and were playing the soundtrack from Fame at a volume which made the Waterford crystal chandeliers jingle in horror. Titus stalked into the room and said, "Turn off that goddamn noise and get the hell out of here." "Sorry, Tide, I can't hear you too good," said Carl. "This music's too loud." "Turn off the goddamn noise." "Oh, come on, Tide. The loudest noise I can hear in here is you." Titus skirted around the coffee table at the speed of a headwaiter who has suddenly caught sight of a customer trying to duck under the velvet rope. He hefted the trio record player up off the English walnut sideboard on which it was kept, and there was a ripping blurt of noise as the stylus slid sideways across the record. Then Titus wrenched out the wires which connected the record player to the amplifier and hurled it clear across the room. It struck the marble mantelpiece, knocking the head off a Staffordshire shepherdess and smashing part of the gilded mirror behind it. "Now get out of here," quaked Titus, his eyes protuberant with anger. "Get out of here before I do the same to you." Carl and Samantha sheepishly gathered up their records and left the room in uncertain silence. They left the door ajar until Titus yelled, "Door!" Nadine said, "I'm going to bed. I'm not going to put up with your ridiculous bursts of temper. I've risked my life tonight to tell you the truth, and all you can do is rant and rave like a petty-minded drill sergeant." "You're not going anywhere," snapped Titus. He went to the liquor cabinet, slammed open the doors, and found the bottle of Glenmorangie malt whiskey, 10 years old. "If you're going to start drinking—" "Don't," roared Titus, jabbing his finger at her. "Lecture me." "Very well," said Nadine. "Since you're there, you can pour me a Campari soda." "You're sure you don't want a Stolichnaya?" "I am Russian, if that's what you're trying to suggest." "Oh, you're Russian, are you? And I suppose Carl and Samantha are Russian, and the dogs are Russian, and the servants are Russian, and all this time I've never suspected it. Nadine, for Christ's sake, I'm the Secretary of State. I'm the goddamned Secretary of State." He sat down heavily in his favorite chintz armchair, crossed his legs, and took 2 or 3 furious swallows of whiskey. "Jesus Christ," he kept saying. Nadine sat on the rug opposite him, her hands in her lap. Her expression when she looked at him was very sorrowful. "I didn't know what else to do," she told him. "I couldn't see any other way out of it." "You couldn't see any other way out of what?" "Titus, I had a choice. Either I told you everything and convinced you to withdraw your opposition to the ring talks, or else I killed Colleen Petley." "Now I know you're bananas," said Titus. "Titus, please, you have to understand that I understand already. I understand perfectly. I understand that my loyal, supportive wife is prepared to come with some obscene and unpatriotic bullshit just to try and make me feel guilty about stopping Marshall Roberts going ahead with those disarmament discussions. Come on, Nadine, I'm not utterly stupid. I know an allegory when I hear one. An allegory, that's what it was, wasn't it? An Aesop's fable about America. A story to make me feel that I was selling out on tomorrow's hope of a bomb-free world." Nadine was aghast, no color in her cheeks at all. Titus jabbed his finger at her again and said, "Let me tell you something, my lady. You're a very beautiful woman. You've got everything it's ever going to take. But when you start snorting coke at embassy parties, and when you start trying to get at my moral conscience by making up crappy, bad-taste, un-American stories like that, that's when you and I are going to fall out. And when you and I fall out, boy, I can tell you, you're gonna know about it."
Titus, she whispered, "for God's sake, don't you realize—"
"I realize that I married a princess with the brain of a witch. That's what I realize. But can anyone tell what this princess is going to do? Well, I'll tell you. This princess is going to take off all her clothes, and this princess is going to grovel on the floor and kiss my feet and tell me she's sorry and that she apologizes abjectly not only to me, but to the United States of America and the proud heritage which made this nation great."
"Titus, you're incredibly drunk."
"Oh, no, Nadine, not drunk. Intoxicated, maybe. Poisoned. Poisoned by everything you've told me, but not drunk. Not anymore. No man could stay drunk. Not with you around. You're the most sobering influence since Fernet Branca."
"Titus,
"Fuck you, lady,"
roared Titus, and smashed his glass of whiskey against the fireplace. Then, with 2 savage wrenches, he pulled open the front of Nadine's evening gown, baring her breasts, and stripped it right down to her waist.
"How dare you tell me such shit?" He trembled. "I've fought for this country and sweated for this country all of my adult life. I've seen my friends disemboweled. I've seen my family go crazy with grief. I've given everything and anything for that flag of stars and stripes and for the American Constitution." He stood up. He was so drunk that he had to grab for the arm of his chair to steady himself. Then he began to sing, in a loud, flat voice, the last verse of the Star-Spangled Banner. "Oh, thus be it ever when free men shall stand between their loved home and the war's desolation. Blessed with victory and peace may the heaven-rescued land praise the power that hath made and preserved us a nation." Nadine clung at his sleeve and said, "Titus, please." But Titus slapped her away and stood in the center of the room, his eyes crimson and swollen with alcohol, and sang at the top of his lungs, "And conquer we must when our cause is just, and this be our motto, in God is our trust. And the Star-Spangled Banner in triumph shall wave, oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave." Nadine said, "Titus, please, you have to listen." "I've listened enough, damn it. I've known ever since I've married you how much of a goddamned pacifist you are. I couldn't have failed to, really. The way you've always taunted me. Nuclear imbalance, you said, like it was some kind of joke. And now all this? The American capitalist oblast? You think that's funny? You damn well think that's funny?"
"Titus," screamed Nadine, "it's true, but I don't want to have to kill Colleen. Please listen. If you don't listen, I'll have to kill Colleen. Titus, Titus, damn you, Titus. God curse you, Titus. I love her." Titus swung around and punched Nadine with his closed fist right in the jaw. She fell back with a sound like a malt sack falling from a second-story window. Then Titus fell down beside her, on his knees, and ripped apart her gown until she was almost naked, except for her self-support stockings and her silk eau de Nil panties. "Jesus, you're a bitch," he snarled at her. She opened her eyes, concussed, and stared at him as if she didn't know who he was. "Titus?" she asked him. He dragged down her panties, baring the vivid pink slit of her vulva. He jostled himself out of his own clothes, except for his shirt and his straying starched collar, and then he clambered on top of her. She didn't resist, couldn't. He was too heavy, too powerful, too enraged, too insistent, too drunk. His penis was like a nightstick, masculine, thrusting, but somehow inanimate. He jammed it into her, again and again and again, raping her, because she didn't participate, and she didn't consent. And then he turned her over and jammed it into her again, into her bottom, and her hands gripped the thick pile of the Persian rug and tore it out in agonized handfuls.
He shuddered and came, deep inside her tightest place, and she closed her eyes and tried to hope that this would be her ultimate sacrifice to everything she had been born and trained to believe in. She couldn't give any more, except for her life. Titus stood up, swayed, and tried to focus on her, triumphant and lewd. "You're nothing, you know that? A Washington whore. A political groupie. You know that? You make me sick." Then, with the inaccurate gait of Jacques Tati, he made for the door. Nadine sat up amongst the rags of her torn evening gown. There were vivid red finger marks on her breasts and on her stomach. Her head ached with a sharp, shrill, endless pain. She lowered her head in sexual defeat and tiredness and watched as a white dewdrop was squeezed out of the scarlet rose of her anus. Titus had invaded her soul and her privacy, both erotically and politically, without care, without any feeling at all. Titus had invaded her soul and her privacy, both erotically and politically, without care, without any feeling at all, as if she were there to be used and nothing else. He had denied her where Colleen had aroused her and accepted her. He had given her coldness and clubs where Colleen had given her kisses and understanding. And yet the irony was that it was Colleen whom Ikon had asked her to kill, and Titus whom Ikon had asked her to care for. Titus came back into the room, pushing the door open so hard that it banged against one of the occasional tables. "Are you coming to bed?" he demanded. "No," she said. Then, "Yes." "Listen," he enunciated, then more softly. "Listen, I'm sorry I hit you. Sorry I hurt you. You just made me lose my temper." He looked down and saw the white dewdrop on red flesh, and the flicker in his eyes told her that he was aroused again. Titus was a soldier after all. His success had always been measured by the pain which he had been able to inflict on other people. That was what soldiers were for. He had hurt her badly, and yet he felt triumphant. Later in bed, just before morning, he whispered in her ear, "That stuff about Russia." "Yes?" She could imagine her voice rising to the high molded ceiling like an airship filled with chilled helium. Well, that was bullshit, wasn't it? "If that's what you want to think." "The American capitalist oblast? I mean, that's a joke, right? A sharp, intellectual joke. A little too sharp for a regular patriotic guy like me, huh?" "You're still drunk." "No, I'm not. There wasn't one single officer in Nam who could drink me under the table. Not one. Not one single officer. And in those days, we were drinking Chivas Regal with Singa beer chasers. You ever drunk that Singa beer? Comes from Thailand. 2. Just 2 of those would wipe your average American beer drinker out completely. 2. Nadine said, "Titus, it's true. Ikon is true. The American oblast exists and has done for 20 years. Titus squeezed his eyes shut. "Nadine," he said, "you and I are going to talk about this in the morning. You got me? And another thing we're going to talk about is your fucking children, all right? Got that? Meanwhile, I'm going to go crash out on the library couch." "Thank God for that," she told him. The bitterness in her voice was like lime peel under the fingernails. He stood and watched her as she painfully got up from the floor, gathering her torn clothes, and limped towards the stairs. He couldn't even begin to understand at that moment the agony she felt, not just physically from what he had done to her, but mentally. There was no alternative left to her now but to poison Colleen Petley. No hope but to destroy the one person in whom she had felt able to invest her romantic trust. "A blast, for Christ's sake," said Titus as she passed him. It was only at 5 o'clock in the morning when Titus woke to find his cheek pressed against the shiny brown hide of the library couch and a slick of dribble coming out of the side of his mouth, that he thought for the very first time that Nadine might not have been joking, and that Ikon's administration might for 20 years have been a hideous reality. He sat up. The library clock chimed 5. He thought, Jesus H. Christ. Upstairs, Nadine's bed was empty, cold, and unslept in. Titus stared at it for almost 5 minutes. Then he picked up the telephone and dialed Joe Jasper. 24. It had taken furious arguments, slammed doors, and moments of silent pain and unexpressed agony. But at last, Kathy Forbes had persuaded Daniel to come with her to Los Angeles. It had taken 2 days without a telephone call, 2 days without a ransom note, 2 days without anything but knots in his stomach, and 2 nights without sleep, and always that remembered rhyme. My daddy is dead, but I can't tell you how. He left me 6 horses to follow the plow, with my whim-wham waddle-ho. Against Kathy's direct advice, Daniel had told Pete Burns that Susie was missing, and Pete Burns had solemnly put out a missing child poster with a black and white photograph of Susie on the day that Daniel had bought her that blue spotted frock for Thanksgiving, and Daniel had been so proud of her and thought she looked so pretty, until he had heard her talking to Levon's daughter out in the backyard saying, "Can you believe this dumb dress? Daddy thinks it's so cute, so I have to wear it, but can you believe it? It looks like an anteater's noseback." Daniel had said nothing at the time, but a week later, when they had gone out visiting, and Susie had asked him what she should wear, Daniel had said offhandedly, "Oh, just throw on the old anteater's noseback." Pete Burns, as a matter of course, passed on the details of the case to Lieutenant Berridge in Phoenix. Under possible suspects was the name Skellett. Daniel had left a forwarding address, and on the last Thursday in August, they had flown out of Sky Harbor, eastwards at first, and then curving around to the southwest, so that he could see the whole crisscross landscape of Phoenix spreading out towards the New River Mountains. He had thought of Kara. She was still in hospital, with 26 stitches and 3 fractured ribs. Then he had glanced at Kathy, sitting next to him, and she had smiled sympathetically, and he had felt at least that he was not alone. Now he and Kathy were installed in a quiet rented cottage just off Sunset Boulevard, and were spending most of their time trying to talk to anyone who could remember Marilyn Monroe. Some agents and actors ate the lunches they bought at the expense of the Arizona flag and told them apocryphal stories about the night that Marilyn died, or about imaginary arguments between Marilyn and Ralph Roberts, or anything that came into their heads. But most of the Hollywood professionals just shrugged and averted their eyes, as if Marilyn's going was still a personal embarrassment, as if all of them were individually responsible for that week when she had failed to turn up on the set of Something's Got to Give. As if all of them had gathered together and crammed Nembutal's down her throat to extinguish that bleached blonde angst forever and give them, who knows, some kind of haunted piece from the sexual spirit of the late 1950s. Every one of them said, "She'd be 56 years old now, if she were still alive, you know that. 56 years old. She would have hated it." And most of them said, "You want to know about Marilyn? What for? It's all over. It's all dead and buried." Then, by chance, they met Rollo Sikolovich. It was on the morning of the 3rd day. They were eating breakfast at the Sunset Hyatt, and Daniel had just come back from the payphone, checking with Pete Burns to find out
if there was any news of Susie.
The restaurant smelled of burned coffee and bacon,
And there was that jangled conversation of businessmen who have just woken up, wives who are just about to go out shopping, waitresses who refuse to serve anything that isn't written on the menu.
"It says 2 eggs, right? You have to have 2 eggs. No, I'm sorry, you can't have 1 egg and pay for 2. I have to give you the 2 eggs in case you complain."
Kathy said,
"No news?"
Daniel shook his head.
"Nothing, not even a ransom note."
"That isn't a bad sign.
It isn't a good sign either."
"I know. I'm not going to pretend that everything's fine and dandy. It's not my style."